Hi, this is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. Holla.
All right, y'all. Good morning, good afternoon to some of you where it is the afternoon. This is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. I am going to tear into this story. Yes, y'all. I'm talking about it too. I got to talk about it too, y'all, because it's some entitlement going on here with some of you all. Some of you all. I'm not saying the whole, but it's enough. It's enough. The collective is going down in flames. And that's the reason why I got my flame background back here, because the community is burning. Yes, it is. It is burning. And now here I am to talk about a better class of women, bitter baby mama edition. The entitlement. The entitlement is off the chain. So, as you all know, there's been this video circulating around everywhere of this woman and her baby daddy, one of her baby daddies, as the story goes. I'm going to give you a little background. They say that she has 4 baby daddies. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 baby daddies. And only one of the baby daddies, and this is the baby, the last baby daddy that she had. Only one baby daddy is actually responsible and comes by to see about his child, whereas the other 3 baby daddies are AWOL, nowhere to be found. So it seems to me that the one person that tries to be upstanding, the one person that tries to do the right thing, the one person that tries to do what they can for their child, this is the one person that she wants to hold accountable for all. She wants to hold this man accountable for all the children. Now, what I'm going to do in this video is I'm going to play the clip. We're going to view it together in its entirety one time. Then I'm going to go over it again and I'm going to give my commentary. Because this is what I mean when I say we need a better class of women. And this is overall, even with our single mother situation. We have single mothers that have this sick entitlement complex where we like to weaponize our children against the fathers. But then you'll see a lot of us running around online complaining that the men are running away from the household. And I'm going to submit to you today, it was not that Black women chose welfare over the man. It is just that some of us chose to run the man out of the household. And the operative word is some, because I know that this isn't all Black women. But you will see why some of us ran these men out of the household. Our entitled, childlike, being childish mentalities ran them out of the household. And so some of us need to take ownership that this is what some of us have done. See, the same way we want Black men to take accountability for leaving, for abandoning their families, let us also take accountability for our part, for making it not very easy for these men to be around. Yeah, they were out there cheating. They were out there doing the most. Some of them wasn't even helping you with the bills. We get that. And we always hold them accountable for their part. But let's just flip that coin, turn that mirror around, and let's talk about why. Let's talk about why some of these men who didn't cheat on you, why some of these men that wasn't, trying to just pump and dump, but they were actually trying to be there for you and help out with the household. Let's talk about why you ran some of the good ones away, shall we? Because, see, we don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about the things that we do that ain't quite right. And so I just wanted to say hello to my early bird, Can't Hide, is bright and early, fresh in the chat. Now, before I get to that video, because, see, we're going to work our way. We're going to work our way up to that. We're not going to get to the grand finale just yet, because we got to sit here and we got to marinate on some things real quick. We got to marinate on the mentality. And this is what I've been talking about. It's not about the makeup that you put on your face. It's not about the hair, whether it's natural or whether it's weaved up. It's not about your nails. It's not about your toes. It's not about your outfit. You can have all of that together, and it's good to have all of that together. It's not even about you being a certain size or a certain weight. You know what I'm saying? It's not about that. This is the exterior, you. This is the exterior. Everybody is supposed to take care of their exterior. That's just basic shit. Congratulations for being a basic chick that do the basic grooming. But it takes a woman to realize that she has to dig down deep into the mentality of what being a woman is. That isn't basic. Basic shit like washing your ass, knowing how to do your hair and your makeup, your nails and all that type of shit. Congratulations, you basic bitches. Congratulations for being just plain and ordinary. So now you realize that you gotta get it right, get it tight. You gotta get that waist snatched in. But they say you gotta get it right, get it tight. I found you, Miss New Booty. Y'all out there getting BBLs, right? Y'all out there getting BBLs. Get it right, get it tight. You working on everything. You working on everything except for what's inside. And inside, there's this little girl that never got a chance to really jump double dutch as long as she wanted to on the playground. Deep down inside, there's this little girl that got her teddy bears and her Barbie dolls snatched away from her far too early. And you were sexualized from the time you started getting boobies. From the time you started developing, you were getting the wrong type of attention. Right? And maybe, just maybe, your mama, she was so busy trying to keep a roof over your head, or your father was too busy out in the street chasing ass, or your mama was too busy out in the street chasing ass. It can go both ways. And you didn't get the attention that you deserved. Just maybe that could be it, right? But in the Black community, we do not want to get what we call some mental help, because there's a lot of us as Black women, we go through a lot of shit, don't we? There's a lot of mental mind fucking going on in our community. Every one of you need to have a personal psychiatrist. You guys can no longer be trusted. No, you can't be trusted anymore to do this by yourselves. Your mentalities are all messed up. You all are out here. Now, here's the thing. I don't think that there's anything wrong with making mistakes. Making mistakes is part of life. As long as we are all living, we're going to make mistakes. But it's the not learning from your mistakes that I have a problem with. It's the not developing. No character building from the mistakes that I have a problem with. Some of you will go out and you will make the same mistakes over and over and over again and swear up and down that you're not doing anything wrong. It's not you, it's everybody else around you. But the common denominator in every scenario that you end up in that's fucked up is you. It's you, sis. It's you. There is nothing wrong with making mistakes. You fell in love with somebody, you trusted them, you were young, you were naive, you believed everything this person told you. You got pregnant. Then you found out that everything that you was told was a lie. And then you found out that you have to be responsible if something happens and you get left holding the bag. That is a teaching moment. It's not for you to keep going and making the same mistake over and over and over again and refusing to acknowledge that maybe you're doing something wrong. It's this refusal to acknowledge wrongdoing that is tearing up the Black community. And it starts with the people that are the head of majority of our households. And that is the Black women. It starts with us. So yeah, I got the hell and brimstone behind me because you all are burning the community down with your unwillingness to be accountable for your actions. It is okay to make mistakes. It is not okay to stand on those mistakes, even though the community around you is burning. You're burning your own households because you're stubborn. You're burning your own households because you're bitter. You're burning your own households and ruining the next generation because you are entitled. You think that everybody owes you something because of your bad choices. You refuse to take accountability for things that you have control over. You have total control, but you want everybody else to be accountable except for you. And this is the reason why your shit is burning down. This is the reason. It ain't never gonna work. So I'm gonna play these videos. I have 3 videos for you of nothing but entitlement and childish behavior. And we're gonna discuss what we're seeing, because these are not isolated incidents. I'm a Black woman, and I hate to say that I've seen this on more than one occasion. I have a daughter that got married to a man that had a baby mama. And the things that that baby mama took her through, took her husband through. And I was there witnessing it myself. You all have got to learn that you cannot control these men with these kids. Stop using your children to control these men, or trying to. What's going to end up happening is that your children are going to hate you later on down the line when they figure out what you've been doing. Or the man is going to run away. Nobody wants to be bullied. And you women, you are being bullies with these children. You're trying to muscle your way into controlling a man by using a baby. And this is why I say we need a better class of women. And there will be other women that will uphold you in your foolishness. By the way, there will be other women that will actually sit there and not tell you that you're acting a damn fool. And you gravitate towards those women because they will not hold you accountable. Women should hold other women accountable. And that's another thing with a better class of women. I am calling for other women to hold other women accountable the same way that we call for men to hold other men accountable. If you're a woman and you see that your friend, you don't have to do this with random women you don't know. I mean, that unsolicited advice is never warranted. But if you are a friend, if Kent Hyde is my friend, and I see that Kent Hyde is about to show her ass in the middle of the neighborhood and possibly end up going to jail, what kind of friend would I be if I did not pull my sister to the side and calmly talk her down and let her know that she need to chill the fuck out? Just an example, Kent Hyde. I know Kent Hyde is a sister with a level head on her shoulder. I would never have to do that with her. But just for the examples, for the sake of example, you have to be your sister's keeper. The same way we call for the brothers to be their brothers' keepers. If she's your friend, if you say that this is your sister and you love her, why would you not pull her to the side? I'm not saying embarrass her in front of everybody and check her in front of everybody like, bitch, you out of line. No, pull your sister to the side calmly and say, hey, sis, let me sit down and talk to you for a second in a loving way. The same way that you all sit up here, and you got to beware of bitches that will sit up there in public and co-sign you in some fuckery. And deep down in your heart, you know it's fuckery. You got to ask yourself why these bitches is always gassing you up to look like a damn jackass in front of everybody. Because I promise you, them the same bitches that don't give a fuck about you. My girlfriends, they care about me. And I know this because if I'm, about to, blow up, and they can tell when Faith is about to blow up. I get pulled to the side and I get told in a loving tone, sis, keep your cool. We got you. We got you. Just keep your cool. If you do this, that, and the other, you know how this is going to play out. Keep your cool. That's what friends do. So, in addition to me calling for a better class of women. I also am calling for women to hold other women accountable the same way that we call for men to hold other men accountable. Now, the first video that I want to play, this video is actually going to be a baby mama and her baby daddy. And I think what's happening in this video is he just got his sons and he's dropping them off to the mother. And he took his sons to get a haircut. I think some of you might have seen this video before. He simply took his sons, I think he has twins. He took the twins to get a haircut, and the baby mama is mad because their daddy took their sons to get a haircut. So this is the first video that I want to show you of entitlement, bitterness, and fake outrage. You all pay attention to the fake outrage because it's not really about the haircut, okay? It's about that man leaving her and not wanting to be with her anymore. So she's going to make him pay every chance she gets. And she's going to use these poor children. She's going to use these poor children. So let's see here. Let me go to the video real quick for you guys. Open up my screen here. I'm going to share. Blow that up for you. There we go. Nice and blowed up. Let me know if you have any issues with the audio. I can, fully address that for you. But without further ado, I'm going to roll that beautiful beam footage.
Because I need answers. As a custodial parent, I'm supposed to know exactly what's what.
Can I leave now?
Can you please tell me where you cut my children's hair?
I gave my kids a haircut.
You had no authority.
Do you have my kids behind us?
Did you consult with me?
Kim, let me peel off.
Did you consult with me?
Can I leave now?
Let's be man for once.
Can I leave?
Did you consult with me? Mom, can you get the police because... Yeah, he's taking my photo because he won't tell me exactly what happened. He has no right to do that. I asked you a simple question.
So your mom gonna get the police?
I don't know. I'm asking you a question. Where did you do this? Earl, they
You
don't
are really making the kids nervous.
Earl, I know my own children ever since.
Ever since what?
I know my children.
Ever since what?
You abandoned them.
I
I know
abandoned
them, okay?
I thought I loved you.
No, I'm...
Okay, you heard what she just said. She said, I've loved my own children ever since. And she said, and so he asked her, he said, ever since when? And she said, ever since you abandoned them. And so then he goes, he said, oh, I thought I left you. So see, this is not about the haircut, y'all. She is blocking this man's car, preventing him from leaving, making this big scene for what? A haircut? Because the father gave the sons a haircut. This is not about the haircut, ladies. This is what I'm talking about when I say we need a better class of woman. Look at her. Her outward exterior looks fine. She looks perfectly fine on the outside. But on the inside, this is what I keep telling you guys, work on the inside. Because we as women, we know how to be feminine. We know how to make ourselves look nice on the outside. That has never been our problem as women. Our problem as women has always been our mentality. And what is the mentality of a woman that will sit up and block a man from leaving because she doesn't want that man to leave, y'all? I submit to you right now. She just does not want that man to leave. She want to spend as much time with that man, even if it's a negative situation, as she can. because she knows that if he leaves, he's probably going to go back to that other woman that he's with. Ain't no telling. But here's the thing. He left her, not his children. And he's the father. He has a right to get his sons a haircut if he wants to. But let's continue to play this ignorance out.
Putting it to make sure that we're conceiving. Okay?
Don't scratch the car.
Oh, no, scratch the car. Go ahead. Do whatever you want to do.
Come on, let me hold the train.
No,
Oh, scratch the
I
car.
got the train.
Do whatever you want to do.
Hold on to that train. Don't let me take that away from you. Nope.
Don't let me put the train on the car, please.
Then you need to tell me exactly what happened.
Oh, so you got the boys crying.
Well, you took the
Don't scratch the
I
car.
take it.
Don't scratch the
Answer the
car.
question.
Get daddy kiss. Get daddy
Answer
kiss.
the question.
Can I pick him up now?
Put him
Can
down.
I pick the
You're
kid
over
up?
time.
Let me pick the
You're over
kid.
time.
So I can't pick the kids
Let
up?
go. Would you tell me what you did?
So I can't pick the kids up?
Tell me what you did.
They got a haircut. Yeah.
Where? Girl, you put a shaver to their head. How dare you do that?
Wow.
You finished? Mom, go get the police, huh? Kim, would you please have them get the train off the car?
Answer the question.
I'm gonna take the train from them. Okay, just scratch.
No, be following all you.
They can't have the train on the car.
But
Now,
you need to answer the
then
question.
why don't you back up from the car
You
then?
need to answer the question.
Back up from the car.
They're going to remember you as an image of taking this away.
Then back up from the car, Kim.
Answer my question, please.
See, this right here is a form of bullying. This right here is her trying to have control over a situation that she doesn't have any control over. This is not your man anymore. You two have children together, but you got to let that guy go. You're sitting up here holding this man up, not because of a haircut, but it's because you want to have any interaction with this man that you possibly can. Any interaction. And it's sad. It's pathetic. Now the children are upset. You can see the children. See, kids are not stupid. They see that interaction between mommy and daddy. They know that there's something wrong there. The children are not crying because daddy is going to take a train away or anything like that. They're crying because they're witnessing two idiots going back and forth with each other. Ken Hyde says, I can see why he left. What's up, Brandy Davis? She says she's bitter and wants him, using her son as a pawn. Yeah, it looks like they have twins. But this is what I'm talking about, the entitlement. The entitlement. What's up, Third War Colombian? Yes, he says she's displaying toxic femininity in front of her children. Exactly. And third war, you hit the nail right on the head. It is toxic femininity. We talk about toxic masculinity all the time, but this is toxic femininity personified. When you use the fact that you are the mother of the children and that the courts or the law gives you custody of the children outright, and you use that not as something that you can use to cooperate with the man, but you use it as leverage over the man. She does not have any right to block this man from leaving. She doesn't. That is unlawful. I forget the term for it, what they call it, unlawful. It's not kidnapping, but unlawful arrest or something like that, where you inhibit a person from leaving. That's what she's doing. And it's being caught on camera. A lot of us women, while we sitting up here thinking that we're right and thinking that the man is wrong, we're the ones that's completely in the wrong. We're the ones that's breaking the law. She's breaking the law by not allowing this man to leave right now and putting her children in harm's way by putting them in front of this car. Third Word also says if he was blocking her from leaving, she would say that he's being controlling and toxic, and she's scared for her life. Exactly. She absolutely would. And she would call the police and have that man arrested. And the police will come and arrest this man. Absolutely. Toxic femininity. This is it personified. If the roles were reversed, that's exactly what would happen to him. Now, mind you, he could, if he wanted to, stop recording because he got enough. He got enough evidence. He could stop recording and he could call the police himself. And he could say that this woman is stopping me from leaving. And what is she going to do when the police show up? Say that she's stopping him from leaving because the father of her children gave his sons a haircut? If these police were good police and they were righteous police, they would lock her up. They would lock her up. This right here is the deranged lunatic behavior that I'm talking about when I talk about a better class of women. This is not a better class of woman. How she's acting is not classy at all. But let me continue to roll.
Back up from the top.
Answer my question.
Would you
Please, you're doing it, girl. Who gave you the right to do that? Who gave you the right?
Oh, I wish you let me leave.
Who gave you the right? You were over an hour and a half late. Who gave you the right to shave their head?
What? Don't I pay child support? And don't they my kids too?
It has nothing to do. You are non-custodial with this patient. You have no rights whatsoever to do anything like this without consulting with me first.
Wow, it's about to get worse. Kim.
All right, the mother is about to come out. This is where she gets it from.
I'm gonna give it back. Daddy gonna give it back. You can't scratch on the top, okay? Okay? Come on. Give Daddy a kiss. Give Daddy a kiss.
Give the car back.
Let me kiss.
Give the car. Give it. Give him the
Come give Daddy a kiss.
Get the train. Here, go over here. Give me the train.
You leaving now?
I don't know. Where's my coat? Where's my stuff?
Is it in that bag that you gave me? Oh, you did give me coat, huh?
Yes, I did.
Oh, back. Okay, back up. Back up.
Go right ahead.
Kim,
Come
what
on,
you
baby. What did you say? It works. Was it there? What you got to do? Get the coat, girl.
when she back up?
They're waiting for us. Get the coat.
When she back up. I don't want you behind you, Kim, because you know what? The coat's on the suitcase. The coat? Oh, in the suitcase.
And I have my internet. Don't worry about it. You think this is funny.
Say that again, Miss Woods?
These are the 3-year-olds, not you.
Okay.
Grow up.
Okay.
That's okay. And I have
So the mother's calling him a coward, basically talking down to him.
I am. Okay, did you ever find my mom's obituary?
Never gave it to me. Can I have my coats, please?
Oh, they must be in that suitcase. Yeah, go wait in the car. Oh. No, there you go. I know.
Don't you ever touch my children like that again without consulting me. I am custodial.
I'm gonna give them a haircut next time. I'm just telling you, if they need a haircut, I'll give it to them. If they need a haircut, I'll give it to them.
You want me to send you the bill? You do not have them.
Yeah, send me the bill.
Wow. And the mother is not pulling the daughter away, not trying to push her to the side and tell her what's right at all. This is the reason why. This is generational, guys. Look at the mother.
Miss Woods, back up.
Behave yourself.
Back up, Miss Woods.
Behave yourself. Behave yourself.
Get out the car, y'all scared.
Now they're going all through his car.
Hold on, Miss Woods.
What's your mom's name?
What's your name? What's your mommy's name?
Y'all,
You touching me?
get away from the car.
Hell, you hitting me?
Get away from the car.
Are you hitting me?
Get away from the car.
Did you just
Get away from the car. Get away from the car.
You just put your hands on.
Get away from the car.
On purpose.
Get away from the car. Let's go.
You put your hands on me, I'm gonna have a physical. Go ahead. Put your hands on. I'm gonna put a complaint against you.
I'm about to walk back in the police station myself.
Leave it a child.
So whose kid was in the car seat? My kid or her kid?
They have 3 car seats.
In the front seat?
No, I just put that in the front seat.
In the front seat?
Go get a life, Wood.
In the front seat, girl?
Go get a life.
Go get a life.
Yeah, go get a life.
Go for what? You're the one that don't have a life.
You know, when I was
Why
with
don't you
Kim,
grow up?
you know your husband had a woman out there in North Carolina.
You know, Earl.
I'm just.
I won't even answer.
I bet you won't.
I won't even answer.
I bet you won't.
And you had another girl while you were dating my daughter.
I wish I did. I wouldn't have married her. I wish I did. I wouldn't have married her.
My husband for you.
And tell me what? And tell me what?
This is where you at.
Come on.
Mm-hmm. Right, Ken Hyde. Ah, there it is.
That's tough to watch. Huh? Ain't it?
So that's the video right there. Let me go ahead and stop sharing, guys. Wow. Just wow, wow, wow. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack in this video. Okay, number one, she's blocking the car. He's dropping the children off after having spent the day with them. He's the father of the children, and he looks at their head and decides that, oh, you know what? You guys need a haircut. So while you guys are with daddy, daddy's going to take care of that. You know how many women would have been glad that the father of their kids took care of something that she didn't have to? He took care of the haircut, and all she can do is sit up there and torture and torment this man. Exactly, Can't Hide. He has another girlfriend and she's mad. That's what the whole thing is. Now, I don't know if he, was cheating on her while they were together. I don't know. But yes, she is scorned about the whole thing. But here's the thing. Even if it was while you were together, that you have to separate what happens between you and him. And this is me talking to the women now. Ladies, if you are women with children and you want a happy co-parenting relationship with the father, you have to separate things that happen between you and him and your relationship with each other. If the relationship is over, that means that those things that you and he shared together are over. Now you focus on just co-parenting with the children. So things that happen between you and him have absolutely nothing to do with your co-parenting together to raise your children. Do not overlap the two. Because what I'm seeing is there's a lot of hurt women out here. And what you all are doing is you're doing a disservice to your children. Because now you're hurt, you're bitter, you're scorned, you're angry because he cheated on you, he did you wrong. He's absolutely wrong for those things. But guess what? People have a right to change their minds. If he doesn't want to be with you anymore, if he didn't respect you, he did you a favor by showing you that. And guess what? If you left him, you did yourself a favor, you did your children a favor. The only thing that he can do for you is support you financially and be there for your kids. And that's the only thing that you should care about. The only thing. But what I see is I see a lot of Black women, a lot of bitter baby mamas out here. You all are weaponizing your children against the baby father and making yourself look stupid. And the stupidity don't fall too far from the tree, because as you can see, the mother was out there co-signing. Nobody is telling these women that this is not the appropriate behavior. And we are a race of people that partake in a lot of inappropriate behavior. It was inappropriate for her to be standing behind that man's car with the children, blocking him from leaving. And it was inappropriate for the mother to get in that man's face. She walked around the car to get in that man's face. And then the both of them started going through that man's car. That's inappropriate. But if you talk to either one of these women, the mother or the daughter, their stubbornness, their unwillingness to admit wrong, them wanting to be right. It's so important for some of us to be right, even when we're dead wrong. This right here is a display of toxic femininity and the need to be right, even when you're dead wrong. Brandy Davis says, Faith, I was happy when my ex-husband came to get our son for the weekend. Me and my current husband would have a long time. My husband's children would go to their moms as well. We all get along. And that's the way it should be. If he moved on, like Brandy Davis said, you move on too. But see, the reason why some of you are still single is because you have not moved on from your baby daddy. She's probably going to continue to be single because she has that bitterness in her heart. And any man that comes into her life, seeing her and how she acts with her ex, he's going to know that there are still feelings there. And she's going to run that man away too. How much you want to bet? It is that woman and her mother. That woman and her mother. I bet you that's the reason why he left. I can tell just by the interaction alone with the mother. The mother is too much into their business and their situation. And if they were married and this is what that man had to put up with, why do you think it's no wonder he probably left her and went somewhere where he can be with somebody else that's easier to be with? Men want peace. And I don't think with her mentality, and I'm talking about the mentality inside, she looked fine on the outside, but the mentality inside, her and that mother, they are some barracudas. As a woman's sphere would call them, battle axes. That right there was the battle axe mentality personified. And you saw 2 generations of it from mother to daughter. And you think if she doesn't have a baby, that she's not going to have, if she has a daughter, she's going to pass the battle axe mentality down to her daughter. This is why I said we need a better class of women. This is inappropriate behavior. So ladies, the first lesson that we learned from watching that clip is that you have to let go. Do not use your children as a bargaining chip just so that you can be in that man's face. Once that man passes the children off to you, get out his face and you go into your house and you live your life. And maybe you can meet somebody good and move on too. But if you keep want to be in his face all the time, wondering what he's doing, trying to control him, you ain't moved on. You still trying to be in his face and trying to force him to be in yours. That's sad. But let's move on to the next clip. Now, this next clip that I'm about to show you guys, this one is a little childish, in my opinion. This woman is being childish. Now, the man has come because they got a court order. You know, once again, all of these are court ordered, visitations. and she wants to put the baby in the car seat in his car. And so he's telling her, well, I don't want you in my car touching anything. I can put my own baby in my own car. And so she is going to make him let her in his car anyway. So I want you guys to just pay attention, just to the childishness of how this girl is acting. Just the childishness of it all. It's just the man, all she had to do was hand the man his child and he could have been gone. But you are going to see about 7 minutes? About 3 minutes of childishness, just pure unadulterated foolishness. But let me go ahead and roll that beautiful bean footage.
Still got on that bike. Now she don't want to give me my baby. I drove up here 2 hours and she don't want to give me my child. Yes, it is crossing there, man. Crossing right there. No. Give me my baby so I can go. You don't want me to be in my car. It's a crossing in there. No, I'm not yelling. I want you to give me my child so I can go home. I'm not screaming. I just want my child so I can go home. Put me in the car. No, she did not. Come on, man. I got time to train with you. I'm trying to get home. What do you need my baby so?
Okay, once again, I'm going to stop sharing for just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this woman don't give a damn about the baby or putting the baby in the car or none of that, okay? Once again, these are prolongment tactics that a lot of these women are doing. They're trying to stay in that man's face for as long as they possibly can. And they're going to make him stay in their face. So she knows if she just simply hands the child over, he's going to take his baby and go, and he ain't thinking about her. And she knows this. So she's going to try to use a prolongment tactic. Like I said, she wants some attention from this man, even if it's negative. And that, my friends, is sad. That is so sad. How the hell is it that the only time that this man can be in your face is when you're prolonging it? You're prolonging the situation on purpose. The man does not want to be in your face. You're holding the child in your hand, not giving him the baby because you want this man in your face. That's pathetic. It makes you look weak. If the man wanted to be with you, he would be with you. You would not have to use a baby or any other ploy to get him there. But you're keeping him there against his will. He's there for his child. You and him are over. But you're keeping him there because you want him in your face. You want to see if there's still a little inkling of him wanting you or caring about you. And the man is showing you that he doesn't want you. He doesn't care about you. He just wants his child. But let me go ahead and continue to play.
You got all this on camera? You be showing the cookies. Okay, man. Give me 10 days. That's exactly what you do. So you're not going to give me my baby? Are you going to give me my baby? Are you going to give me, can I see my child? Okay, well, give it to me so I can go home. I'm not screaming at you, but you're playing games. I didn't push you. It's on camera. If they think I push you, it's on camera. I was going to have my child so I can go home. I don't want you to go home. I can go home. No. I wasn't going anymore. You give her 2 songs to go. I'm not pushing you.
So they're standing that far apart, and she's talking about pushing.
I'm not doing anything wrong.
You're not touching my car, bro. That's fine. That's not happening. I don't want you on my car.
I'm not getting in the car.
I don't want
I'm
you on
not
my
getting
car.
in the car.
Everything. I just don't want you on it. I want you to take it. I know like car.
That's a baby.
It's not a baby seat. That's your car. No, you can get it right. Are you gonna give me my child or not? Give it to me right now. So I can go. I'm not gonna keep doing this with you.
I'm not getting it.
We're getting your car in the room. What are you doing?
She's saying she's not doing anything.
You gonna give it to me or not?
Okay, so that's just basically the gist of that video right there. Ah, Lord have mercy.
How's it going, everybody?
Have mercy, have mercy. People. Right, Ken Harris. She says, shaking my head, never want a man who doesn't want you. And that's what it is. These men don't want you anymore. They want to have time with their children. They're done with you. The relationship is over. But these women are still trying to hold on. They're trying to hold on, and they're trying to get any attention they can, even if it's negative. Now, why the hell could she not have just handed the man over his baby? What's up, Doug? To all the people coming into the chat, if I didn't get you, Shatira, I see you over there. Yellow Rose, long time no see. What's up? So she's going to hold everybody up. Now, the little girl, I don't know if she ever gave this man his baby or not, but in a lot of these arbitration cases where they set up a place where you meet to do the handoff of the child, it seems like he's meeting her in her apartment complex parking lot outside of the home. Okay, all you got to do is just give the man his baby. He can put the baby in the car seat. He is responsible for the baby once you do the handoff. You don't have to go in the man's car. You don't have to strap the baby in yourself. He can do that. He got 2 arms and 2 legs, and he's perfectly capable. But what she's doing is it's not about the car seat. Just like with the other video that I showed, it wasn't about the haircut. It was about these women wanting to prolong the interaction with their baby daddies. They wanted to prolong the interaction with the baby daddy. That's what this is about. It is about the baby daddy not wanting them anymore, and they can't cope with that. So by any means necessary, hey, I'm going to prolong this interaction by any means necessary. By any means necessary, you're going to be in my face. By any means necessary, you're going to hear my mouth. Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? You see me standing here. Don't I look good? Don't you still want me? Don't you still love me? Oh, you don't want me? You don't still love me? Well, I'm going to make life hell for you. How about that? I'm going to be toxic femininity for your ass. I'm going to bully you. I'm going to heckle you. I'm going to waste your time as long as I possibly can. Every interaction is going to be like this with me and you. Because nanny, I got the baby. This is what they're doing. It's childish. So once again, what we can learn from this video is the prolonged interaction. It makes you look pathetic. It makes you look weak because you're trying to keep a man in your proximity that doesn't want to be there. You're giving this man energy. Ladies, you're giving that man energy that you need to be giving back to yourself. And then when you fix yourself from the inside, because the outside of both of these women that you saw look perfectly fine. We as women have never had no problem with the outside. But it's the mentality. It's the mentality. Ken High, you think that she's unattractive? I don't know. I think that both women were fairly attractive for their ages. I think the other woman was a little older, but maybe her weight might have made her look older. But I didn't see them as unattractive. But the mentality was unattractive. Oh, that's probably what Ken Hyde is saying. The mentality was unattractive. And it is. You know, it's ugly. How these women are acting is ugly. And not only is it, you know, a turnoff for the man that already left you, if you think you're going to get the man back acting like that, usually the women that have their baby fathers chasing them down and calling them and, you know, stalking the hell out of them, those women have moved on. Those women ain't thinking about the baby daddy. As a matter of fact, those women are putting the baby daddy, the kids, like, bye, get the hell on. You know what I'm saying? And it's women that have that mentality, that have that bring all the boys to the yard. When you have that mentality that you love yourself above all, it's going to bring all the boys to the yard. But when you are desperate, when you holding on, like, oh, I can't let my baby go, because if I give you the baby, you gonna be gone too. So I'm gonna just hold on. Desperation is not attractive. So it's a wonder that these men left you. And when they see you, they want very little interaction with you, because the desperation dripping from you, oozing from your pores, is extremely unattractive. What's up, Rain and Womb Man in the house? But once again, these women don't see no wrong, and there's nobody telling them that this is inappropriate behavior. This is not the way that you hand off a child for visitation with the father. When the father comes, you hand the child over to the father, and then the child becomes the father's responsibility. From there, you turn around and sashay your fine ass back to your house. And when he sees that you no longer care, yeah, the dog is going to start barking. But here's the thing. If you leave me and you abandon our child, there's no motherfucking way you can get back. So eat your heart out, bitch. You will see my fine, fully fluffy ass walking away every time, and you can't have it anymore. Exactly, Ken High. Walk away with dignity and grace. Stop looking and acting desperate. So, the last video, this is the grand finale of what this whole video was about. Y'all ready? The McDonald's, the daddy bringing the McDonald's to his one child. So as I explained earlier, just to give background on this video, this is a baby mama of 4 children by 4 different baby daddies. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And the other children, I guess they're older. Their baby fathers are not in the picture, apparently. Apparently, the one baby father is the only responsible father that wants to be in the picture, that wants to be there for his one child that he has with her. And so that's his, responsibility, just the one child that he has with her. He does not have to be responsible for anybody else's children that she made with other men. If she wants the other children to have McDonald's, she can either buy them McDonald's herself, or she can call up those kids' daddies and tell them to bring their children McDonald's. So we're going to play. This is the ultimate in Black female baby mama entitlement. And I know that there are women of other races, but we're talking about just our women, and we're talking about our women being a better class of women than this. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you guys. And we're going to play through this video, and I'm going to give you my commentary. This is sad, but we're going to get through it. Okay, here we go. I'm going to put that up there. All right, try to start that over from the giddy up and widen up the screen for you guys so you can hear. All right, let me know if there are any audio issues.
Look, y'all. Every day my baby daddy come here with one meal for my child. But I have three other kids. We have one kid together, and he only want to come and bring one thing to McDonald's. But what about my other kids? How come you can't feed my other kids McDonald's though? Like that's bogus as hell. Like you're not gonna sit here and make my other kids feel left out, and you're only bringing one child something to eat. Look, there you go. And I bet you he only got one thing in there. I bet you he only. I'm finna expose him so people can see how he really is. It ain't more than enough food in that bag for everybody. What's up? Because I'm finna expose you. Because that'll look enough for all my kids. That'll look enough for all my kids. What is that? That's just one burger? One burger, one fry? Okay, what about my other kids? Jump. What? Okay, but them your kids' siblings though. Them your kids' siblings though. So my other kids be left out. You didn't feed them? You know I give my food stamps to the city. This is my problem. But if you're trying to help out though, you're not helping out.
Okay, notice that she says that she does not get her food stamps until the 7th. Keep the 7th in mind, okay? Because this story is going to change. This story is going to change as this video progresses. But even if she doesn't get her food stamps to the 7th, you mean to tell me that your kids are going to starve until you get your food stamps? And that this one man that brings food for his one child that you have with him, that's the only child to get to eat because you trifling and you don't feed your other kids. But let's keep rolling.
How are you helping yourself when you're only getting kids for food? Just telling us the other kids, his siblings. Them are his siblings though. He's not going to be eating from all his other siblings and they're not eating on McDonald's. No. Why do I have to put... No. He's not going to eat that at all. You can't bring it up for everybody. Yes. You sound dumb. How is that dumb? You sound dumb. You sound dumb.
Nobody told you. You had them other kids. They're your responsibility.
Okay, but if you're going to bring one, you need to bring it for all. How does that look that I'm one child?
Okay, so now she's telling him that if he's gonna bring food for one, which the one child is his, the other children are not his. This is bullying language. Notice the bullying that's going on here. So she's gonna debo this guy to taking care of other children that's not his. Just listen to the bullying language and understand why they're not together.
Eat McDonald's with all the rest of the kids ain't eating no fucking McDonald's. You know I get food stamps on the left. Yeah, they're his siblings. You knew what you were getting into when you had a baby with me. Yes, you did. Okay, but you still had a baby with me who had kids with other people. I still have other kids. Because I'm exposed. Everybody thinks you're such a motherfucking good daddy. No, you're not. I don't have other kids. You only come here once because I'm the fool for one child.
The child that's mine, silly.
No.
Okay, so basically, she's sitting up here saying that it don't matter that the other kids are not yours. What matters is the principle that I got all these other kids, and that your child is the sibling of these other kids, and because your child is the sibling, by default, you have to take care of the other children too. This is hood logic, y'all. What you guys are witnessing is nigga logic, hood logic, how you figure logic, okay? But let's continue.
Oh, that's dumb that you can't feed the other kids. Don't feed nobody at all, and he can't take that. He can't eat it.
Maybe if you had one or two, I'll be like, maybe. You got it's three extra kids. You want to count, spend money on all those kids.
Them are your kids' siblings, though.
So that's going to go with it.
Those are your kids' siblings. Yeah. So don't. No, I say take care of them. You can bring them something to eat. You can bring one something to eat.
I bring food every other day.
Exactly, but you don't never bring food for everyone. You don't get my food stamps on the 11th. Okay, but I'm saying we share the same kid as well.
Absolutely. So if you want to, you feel like a little bit about me.
Okay.
I'm taking my kids in the room. No, you know what? Fine.
You just heard her say she get her food stamps on the 11th. Now, earlier in the video, I told you to keep the date 7th in mind. So now she bumped it from the 7th to the 11th. 7-Eleven, open 24 hours. We don't know when you get your food stamps. You don't even know when you get your food stamps. But you making it this man's problem because you trifling. Because you don't feed your kids. And so food stamps also is a supplement. This is a supplemental nutrition assistance program. Supplemental. That means that you're supposed to have some money too to go along with the supplemental program. But I digress. Let me just go ahead and continue.
Give it here. Give it here. Give it here. Give it here.
Look at that. Just look at that.
Cute. Because you ain't bringing up all the other kids. You stupid. Stupid. Like you're dumb as hell. You're dumb as hell. You're not gonna eat that. Dumb. See, nothing to do. You can't do it for all. Don't do it for none of them. Bye, stupid.
Look, y'all. Everything in my baby.
All right, y'all. So that was the video. Wow. Just wow, wow, wow. That's all I got to say. Let me stop sharing, y'all. It's sad. It is sad. So let me see what you guys have to say before I go into my commentary, because this is crazy. Okay. Oh, Yellow Rose. Hold on a second. Somebody is in agreement with her. Yellow Rose says, I actually agree with her on this one. So Yellow Rose, you think that this man should be obligated to her other 3 children that are not his? I'm very interested to know, Yellow Rose, why you agree that this man should also have to bring McDonald's for children, other children in the house that he does not have to. It would be nice, but he doesn't have to. Those are not his kids. Let's see here what we got. McDonald's for dinner is whack. Okay, Ken Hyde says she needs to manage her EBT better. I agree. Okay, now I did grab that link that Doug sent for the backup video, and I am going to play that as well. Brandy Davis says, Faith, the McDonald's mom did a video. Girls, she weaved eyelashes, face full of makeup on food stamps with no food for her kids. She's selling those stamps for the weave and to party. She's trifling. And I think that's exactly what it is. See, this is what I'm talking about when I say better class of women. Now, you out here using the children as collateral. So now she's going to debo this man. Debo, because listen, look at how she talking to him. She talking to him as if he made those other 3 kids with her. This man only made 1 child with her, and she's talking to him like, nigga, you come over here with just 1 McDonald's for just your kid. What about the other kids? The entitlement. What do you mean? What about the other kids? Get their fathers to bring McDonald's. What the hell? And I mean, she said it with her chest. She said that shit with her chest. Exactly. Shatira says, I guess he's supposed to make sure everybody has food until the 7th. It's ridiculous. If those are your children and not his, it is your responsibility to feed those other children, not his responsibility. His responsibility is to his child. It would be nice. It would be a good gesture if he did for the other children, but he does not have to. And you shouldn't be sitting out there entitled, yelling to the top of your lungs with your chest out like you are some sort of authority figure, like you gonna make this man buy the other kids some McDonald's. Exactly. Ken Hyde says, think about this before having multiple children with multiple men. Exactly. Because now you got to manage multiple baby daddies for multiple children. It'd be easier if you just had 1 baby daddy. 1 is easier to manage. But now you got multiple children by multiple baby daddies. So that means you got to call all the baby daddies up. Hey, dinner time is at 6. Can you bring Travante some McDonald's? Hello, Raymond. Dinner time is at 6. Can you bring Shaniqua some McDonald's? Hello, Kayvon. Dinner time is at 6. Can you bring Tajanae some McDonald's? Hello, Kelvin. Dinner time is at 6. And it's too many motherfuckers to be calling. Too many motherfuckers to be calling. So now we mad at the one father that's there for his 1 child. Doug says, I see both sides. No, he's not responsible, but common courtesy for the other siblings. And I believe that too. If it was me, I would think of the other children, but that's just me. But some people, don't believe that. Some people are like, hey, this is just my 1 child, and I only want to do for my 1 child. And that is his right. I'm just going to let you guys know, common courtesy is nice. Some people are not nice. You can't expect everybody in the world to be nice to you. Especially when you guys are no longer together. That niceness stuff goes out the window. Everybody's not going to be nice to you. So ladies, what I want to explain to you is, it's good that people in the world are nice, but you cannot expect everyone to be nice to you and to understand your situation and to care. So with that said, you can only expect a person to do what they are responsible for doing. He's responsible for his 1 child. If he does for his 1 child, that's all you can really expect. You cannot expect anybody to be nice. You cannot expect anyone to be courteous. Those are extras. And you be a fool. And you be sitting up here looking like a fool, thinking that somebody's going to do extra. Because extra is not. It is not something that he has to do. would be nice if he did extra, but he doesn't have to do extra. It's kind of like when you're at work. You're required to do your 8 hours. Now, if you decide to do overtime, you're not required to, but if you decide that you want to do extra, you can do it if you want to. It's nice to be helpful and help out, but you don't have to. Ken Hyde said, I learned that lesson this weekend. No, everybody's not going to be nice. Everybody's not going to be courteous. And if your expectation is that everybody's going to be nice and everybody's going to be courteous, you're going to be standing there looking like her, holding the camera and making yourself look like a fool because you're expecting extra. The entitlement. Brandy Davis says maybe he couldn't afford to pay for 4 kids, and that could very well be it. I mean, if he's bringing McDonald's every day or every other day for 1 kid, you multiply that times 3 more, that's going to be a little pricey, for one man to do, especially if he doesn't have to. Especially if he doesn't have to. Yellow Rose says he chose those kids. He should have thought about all that before he chose a woman with multiple children. Well, Yellow Rose, here's the thing. I agree with that. But that's only in cases of if this man married this woman. The courts would make him responsible for marrying this woman and with those other 3 children. But if he did not marry this woman and they did not stay together, he has no obligation to her and those other children. And like I stated earlier, it would be nice if he did extra, but he's not required to do extra. All that he's required to do is take care of the child that he had with her. Would be nice if he took care of the other ones, but he doesn't have to. And he dodged a bullet if he didn't marry her. He doesn't have to. So if he made a clean break away from her, and everybody has a right to change their mind. If he got with her and she had those other 3 children and he saw that she was going to be a lot to handle and he changed his mind, he doesn't want to be with her anymore. The only thing he wants to do is do for his own child and be out. He has a right to do that. The same way you as a woman has a right to change your mind. If you're with a man and the man ain't a good fit for you, he ain't doing you right. If he have other children and you break up with him and y'all have 1 child in common, if you decide that you only want to do for your child and not for him and his other child, y'all didn't get married, it was a clean break. If you do for his other children out of the kindness of your heart, that's extra. And see, this is where we as women do a bad job of putting ourselves in a man's shoes. Because you know that come Christmas time, you're not going to buy for all of them kids. You're not going to put food in his refrigerator every day unless you one of those women that like to do that. Unless you're one of those women that like taking care of a man. So I know some women that will do that. Me, I'm just going to tell you. If I'm with a man and he got 3 kids and me and him have 1 together and we break up, I'm going to take my 1 kid, go on about my business, and your kids is your responsibility. It's a clean break. I don't have no obligations anymore to you or those other children that are not mine. And I definitely would not take care of any children that are not mine. So if we didn't get married and we got a clean break, not my responsibility. Oops, sorry, not sorry. It would be nice if I did that, and if I do it on occasion, because I'm a type of person that might do something like that on occasion, but don't make it like it's my goddamn job. See, you as women, put yourself in a man's shoes and then have a man standing over you pointing his finger at you. You over here, you just gonna get your kids some clothes and some shoes. What about my kids' clothes and shoes? And you only got enough money for you and your child clothes and shoes. Put yourself in that man's position, which a lot of you don't like to do. So now this man deboing you, this man bullying you, you will call the police on him if he was yelling at you the way that this woman was yelling at this man and telling him he gotta buy McDonald's for the other kids. And then she took his property and threw it on the ground. Now that alone, he could have called the police. See, this is another thing that, a lot of you dumb females don't know the law. When she took that McDonald's out of his hand and threw it on the ground, she threw that man's property on the ground. He could have called the police on her, got her in a lot of trouble just for that. And it would have been petty, yes, but it's against the law for you to destroy somebody's property. That food was his property. Mama Rain said, would he bring his kid a Happy Meal if she had food stamps? I don't know, but that's besides the point. The point is he bought his child McDonald's. And now she said that she did not want her child, the child that they had together, eating the McDonald's in front of the other children. So he was willing to work with her. This is another thing that a lot of people didn't catch. He was willing to work with her. He said, okay, well, bring him outside. He can sit in the car and eat with me. She didn't even want that. So this is how you know it's not just about the McDonald's. She's a bully. Because if it was just about him eating in front of the other siblings, that was an alternative right there. Let me get my son, let me take him in the car and he can eat with me in the car. We'll even pull around the corner so the other children can't see. And that was not a good enough compromise. Let me see what you all are saying. Doug says it also appears that they have a communication problem. If he wasn't considering how it was impacting the relationship among the siblings, she could have talked to him before trying to expose him. And that's another thing, exactly, the tactlessness of the situation. Now, if she had a problem with him bringing food in front of the other children, she could have had that conversation with him privately, not making a scene in front of the whole neighborhood, and definitely not making a scene in front of the children. And then what ends up happening is, especially in a co-parenting situation, if the children see that the parents are at odds with each other, they can use that against you. They can use that against you. Children will play off of the parents not getting along. So now you've created a situation that gives the child leverage. And that kid will be handy dandy in keeping the stuff going between you and him. But I'm going to go ahead and play the second video because Doug says after seeing the second video, he can relate to her a little better. Now, I have never seen the second video, guys. So bear with me. This is Instagram too, and I'm doing Instagram online. I don't have an Instagram account on this computer. So bear with me and let me see if I can get it to play. Let's see, share screen, Chrome, tabby tab. All right. Let me widen this up for you guys. All right, so this is it right here. Oh, that's her. Oh yeah, she looking ghetto fabulous. All right, well, let me see if this will play, guys. Hold on.
Our world is basically bashing me right now because I'm the baby mama who's upset at her baby daddy because he only decided to give his child McDonald's and not the rest of my other three kids. I have four kids. You knew the situation when you dated me. Our child is the youngest child. So keep that in mind before y'all make me the villain. That means all my other kids knew him. He was buying them McDonald's when we were together. My kids have to go through a transition of our breakup as well. Like, yeah, me and you broke up, but my kids got to feel it too. So now my kids have to see only one of their siblings get McDonald's and not the rest of them. And they know it's coming from you because, of course, like me and you used to be together. They used to see you. You used to do it for them. But now you don't want to do that for them anymore. Like, to me, that's petty. That's petty. Like, it's not fair. Like, you're not going to give one child McDonald's and not all the other kids McDonald's. Like, I'm not going. And then on top of that, you mean to tell me you can give a dad and want to do it sometimes, but yet you can't feed all my other kids McDonald's though? That's what you mean to tell me? Like, I'm not going for that. I'm going to stand on what I said, and I don't care what everybody else has to say about it. Y'all could judge me. Oh, well, I could be the villain, but I said what I said. Like, if you can't bring everybody McDonald's, then can't nobody have.
Wow. Okay, now, see, it's Doug, it just made it worse. Now, forget how she looks. She looks beautiful. She looks very well put together, like women should be. You know, just because women get food stamps don't mean that they should not be put together, okay? I don't believe in shaming women for grooming themselves. But here's the thing. They were together. They were in a relationship. Yes, he did those things for the other children because you were both together. Now you are broken up, okay? Now you are not together anymore. So he feels as if he does not want to do for the other children like he used to. It would be nice if his feeling did not change, but guess what? He is not obligated. People have a right to change their mind. And if he just has the one child with you, even though it's petty, it is petty. I think it's petty, especially if he came in doing it. But he don't have to. That goes right back to what I was saying earlier. About women expecting everybody to be nice. Women expecting the same treatment for a man. See, here's the thing. When men first date you, because they want the nuke, we all know this to be true, ladies. When the men want the nuke from you, what they gonna do? They all good in the beginning, right? They buying flowers. They taking you out to nice restaurants, buying you nice gifts. They even doing stuff for the kids in the beginning. Then what happens after they get tired of your ass? Shit starts slowing down. Well, shit starts slowing down. And it didn't just start slowing down for you. It started slowing down for you and plus 3 that don't belong to him. And while it would be very nice if he could have kept that energy going, he didn't have the energy for those kids to begin with. See, ladies, this is what you got to understand. When somebody shows you who they are, believe them. See, everybody meets the representative in the beginning. So, young lady, here's a very, very good thing for you to learn from this situation. Like I said, I have no problem with people making mistakes, but I have a problem with people not learning from their mistakes. That man showed you his representative in the beginning when he was doing all the nice things for you and the nice things for the other children that didn't belong to him. That was the representative. Now the representative has gone. And this is the reason why I always talk to single mothers about the word acceptance. See, it's something about that word acceptance that we as single mothers have a problem with. So now, ladies, you have to accept the fact that the representative is gone now. This is who you're dealing with now. Now he's going to do the bare minimum of what he's supposed to do for the one child that you have together. That's all you can expect. And you're going to have to accept that he's not with you like that anymore. Accept that he's not going to be there for the other children like that anymore. And if you are steadily opening your legs to this man, and this is who he's showing you that he is, if you are steadily opening your legs to someone like this, shame on you. Because as the old saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, girl, that's on you. You knew who he was when that representative disappeared, and the real him showed up. And you are not accepting the real him. You want the old him to continue to be there for you like that. And he's showing you that this is not what it is. Acceptance, ladies. You cannot make this man take care of children that isn't his. You cannot make this man feel for you the way he once felt for you when you were together. All he wanted from you was the goodie snatch between your legs. So now he can get the goodie snatch and not be with you anymore. You're allowing him to do that. You're allowing that. And now you want people to feel sorry for you. That second video just made it worse. It's worse now. Because now you have revealed that you have a problem with rejection. Ladies, this is an example of a woman that has a problem with rejection and accepting a situation for what it is. And there's a lot of us that have this problem, and she's stuck. And because she's stuck, she's going to make her child suffer because she's stuck. She can't move on because she's going to be stuck trying to control this man. This is the one man in her whole life, probably, that looked and acted like he wanted to be responsible. But when he got with her, I'm going to tell you what happened when he got with her, and a lot of you all may disagree. But he got with her and saw her for the hood rat that she is. So he pumped and dumped. And I'm not a fan of pump and dump, but that's what happened. This is what pump and dump looks like. Especially when you pumping and dumping and you're not being responsible. He pumped, dumped some seed, and he bounced. He bounced on her, but he did not bounce on his seed. And she has a problem differentiating between the two. Ladies, know when you have been pumped and dumped. Know when the man has left you and not the child. Know the separation. You guys are wrapping too much emotion into these men. And these men have emotionally detached themselves from you. He has no more emotional attachment to you at all whatsoever. But you're going to try to control a man and make him do. A man is not going to be controlled because you want him to do something, because you thought that you can conquer the world with your vagina. She thought that she had that good old wop. She was like, she's sitting there looking all dialed up like Meg the Stallion. She probably got that wop in everything. But the wop is not going to be what controls the man. It's how the man feels about you that pulls him towards you. And if the man don't have no respect for you, if the man does not admire you as a human being, respect, admiration, adoration, if he doesn't have any of those feelings towards you, and the only feeling that he has when he looks at you is lust, lust is not going to be enough for you to control that man. Now, he'll do just enough for you to open the legs, and that's what he's doing. By bringing that McDonald's over there to your son, he's doing just enough for you to open your legs. As long as he can continue to have access, then he gonna do. Watch what happens if you close your legs and don't continue to give him access. How much y'all want to bet that he's gonna even stop bringing McDonald's for his kid? So he pumped and dumped her irresponsibly. The man is not going to feel for you just because he likes the feeling of your vagina. There's a lot of other things that go into play for a man feeling for you to want to care for you like that, for you. And see, that's the operative language, ladies. The man is going to take good care of you when he respects, admires, and adores you. You can have trash ass pussy, but if that man has respect, admiration, and adoration for you, he's going to want to take care of you. I have seen men stick by women that wasn't exactly as attractive as the women that they go out and cheat with. And that's because they respect, adore, and admire those women. You're not going to be able to conquer the world with your vagina. This is what I've been trying to tell you all for the longest. That get the bag, you're going to get the bag, but you have to get the bag with this, not with this. And if you don't have that good mouthpiece, if you don't know who you are as a woman, you can maximize your femininity as a woman without even touching a man. You can make a man want to pursue you with just a smile and just the way that you walk and move and carry yourself. You can make a man want you without him even being close to the vagina at all. But it all depends on whether or not you know your own strength as a woman and your own power. See, this is a woman empowerment channel, and I'm challenging every woman to empower herself by working on herself from the inside out. We got the outside. We as women, we don't have a problem with this. We all know what our strengths are on the surface. But do you know what your mental strength is? Do you know what makes you captivating to a man? These women are going about it. If you have to use an outside prop other than yourself to maintain a man's attention, you're doing it all wrong. And outside props include hair, makeup, clothing. Yeah, this is what attracts, but it's not what keeps them. The final woman, who you are at the fabric and very core, your being, that is what keeps the man. And if the man finds out that you have no substance, you're superficial, you're dumb, you're naive, you're combative, you're bitter, you have no life, you have no outside interests besides hair and makeup, you have no accomplishments, you have no wins or achievements under your belt, you have no morals, you have no values, no standards, and you don't back up your standards with boundaries. All of that is a turnoff. and you give him nothing to conquer. It's easy for a man to get in between your legs when you don't have anything for him to conquer. And it will also be just as easy for him to walk away from you because you're nothing to hold on to. You want to know what really, really hurts a man is when he loses a woman that has everything that he wants and gives him something to hold on to. It crushes his heart when he can't hold on to that one special woman, because that woman is a diamond in the rough. You all have no substance about yourselves anymore. All you talk about is Freaknik. All you talk about is Instagram. All you talk about is busting it open. You have nothing else to offer. You're useless. You cannot sit down and have a conversation with the man, and you cannot inspire him and encourage him. When my man and I have conversations, he talks to me about his business. I show interest in his business. I even give him tips on, different things that I may know about certain parts of the industry. I'm helpful. And I encourage him. I inspire him. I tell him that he's awesome and a hell of a motherfucking man. And when he leaves me, he feels 10 feet tall. But a lot of you women, after the man has interacted with you, he feels empty. He's busted a nut, so he's sexually satisfied. But after that, he's empty dealing with you. He looks around and he can't even talk to you. He can't relate to you. You do not inspire him. All you do is have your hand out. You give nothing to that man. You don't breathe life into him. And so when that man walks away from you, you thought that you gave him everything when you gave him the wop. That's what you thought. And you don't understand why he walked away. And they won't tell you. They won't explain it to you because they don't want to argue with you. And I'm telling you this because I do love you. I'm telling you this because nobody else is going to say this to you the way that I'm saying it to you. We got this on the outside. It's time for us to work on our mentality, get our minds right. Be that irresistible woman from the inside out. And it starts with our swagger. See, some of you women, y'all ain't got no swag. The only thing you get is a BBL and a wet vagina. And you think that that's going to pass. I saw a $20 super chat. Let me go ahead and acknowledge Robert Benjamin. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I appreciate you for supporting the channel. And yes, you can definitely support the channel via the super chat or via the Cash App, $Lady in the Truck. Please like the video because that keeps me on top. And let me just go ahead and read some of the things that I've been seeing here because I know that there's a lot of people here. Oh, and also shout out to all of my channel members. We have Bro Speak Podcast. Thank you so much for being a channel member. He says, I'm pretty sure she has fed her children Happy Meals before this dude came by. Exactly. So she's acting as if she brand new now. Like I said, this is her being a bully, bullying this man, trying to make him debo him into taking care of other children that's not his. Let's see what we got here. I'm going back up into the comments, guys. I missed a lot. Here. Let's see. I'm going up, y'all. I'm trying to get all your little comments here. Okay, so Brandy Davis says she chose to keep having sex with him. She needs to close her leg before it's baby number 5. Exactly. Mama Rain, long time no see. Mama Rain says, I expect him to feed his child, and a Happy Meal is not even close to feeding a kid. Yes, that part, Mama Rain. So will he come back in 30 minutes to give his hungry kid another Happy Meal? Good observation at Mama Rain. Let me go ahead and give Mama Rain that round of applause that she deserves for that comment, because that was a hell of comment of the day. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mama Rain. Is he going to come back and feed them other kids? And let's see, we have Tessa. She says it's called performative, like and love in the, what is that, BEGT? Not sure what that means. So I guess you guys are talking about the representative. Oh, Water Sniper, you sent me a link. Okay, hold on a second. Let me go back up and look for it, because I've been talking. And a lot of times, guys, when I'm talking, I don't be paying attention to the link. He says, pause this and go to the link I posted. Okay, hold on. Where's the link? Okay, all right. So here's a link. Let me go and see if I can pull that up. Oh no, I'm not on my hold on a second. You guys be sending these links. Jesus Christ. Okay, can't hide. I don't, okay, I'm back on YouTube looking for this link, Water Sniper. If you could just drop it again so that I can go and find it, because I can't find it on the YouTube chat. So if you don't mind dropping it in the YouTube chat, that'd be helpful. Yeah, I don't see it, Water Sniper. I found it on StreamYard, but I don't see it on YouTube. So Tessa again says, Black women need to level up mentally, emotionally, physically, and financially for themselves. Exactly. We should not be sitting up here relying on leveling up off of a man. When a man meets you, you're supposed to be the total package. He's not supposed to meet you on food stamps, ladies. If a man is meeting you on food stamps, living in public housing, Section 8 housing, he's not even leveling up by getting with you. The man is supposed to meet you with your mentality right and you on your game. So the same way that you want to attract a man that's about his stuff, well, like, how do I say, birds of a feather flock together. Like attracts like. Educated people actually marry other educated people. And I know that men don't care a lot about women's money, but they do care about the fabric and character of the woman that they marry. They will lay down and sleep with anything, but they will marry a woman that they believe is going to represent him correctly. unless he's a complete and total idiot. Let's see here. I don't see Water Sniper's comment as of yet. So Mama Rain says, I would have thrown that Happy Meal in the trash, not for my other kids, but for the disrespect he displayed to his own hungry child. The other kids should have never been mentioned. Well, Mama Rain, I would have just given my baby the Happy Meal. I would have let him go on with the father and eat his Happy Meal. Okay. Throwing the Happy Meal in the trash, what is that going to accomplish? The man did for his child. And, and that's the other part. We can, look at it as being disrespectful, petty, whatever. But if he's buying his kid a Happy Meal and that's what he wants for his kid, then so be it. Throwing it in the trash, that's just being disrespectful to your child because you threw away something that his father gave him. What's up, Chef Disaster? Let me see what else you guys got here. Okay, I've already read Bro Speak. Ultimate Gemini says somebody, maybe she should have called somebody to take her to the food bank. I hope y'all start donating more. Y'all are something else. Okay, Robert Benjamin says, one thing I didn't hear her say is about the other children's father or what they are doing. And that's exactly right. I mean, while she's sitting up here making this one baby father responsible for the other children, I wonder if she is ever going to come on camera and tell everybody what the other baby fathers are doing for the other children. Because right now, it just seems like there's only one active father. That's what it seems like. So that's a very good observation as well. Tanya Sweat says, my ex learned that lesson the hard way when I moved on and married someone who values match mine. And all he can do is watch me live that life with someone else. Exactly. When a man loses a good woman, he feels it in his gut. Okay, it's not the sex or anything like that, but it's just knowing that he lost somebody that would have actually been. Oh, my bad. I got the clicky fingers. I got the clicky fingers there for a second, y'all. So, okay, I think I've done enough talking on the subject. So now, this is the question. You guys know that I'd like to do my 1 or 2 hour spiel before I offer to open the panel. So, 1 to open the panel, 2 not to open the panel. Once again, this is your choice. 1 to open, 2 not to open. Let's see here. While I'm waiting on you guys to go through your administrations with the voting, 1 to open the panel, 2 to not to open the panel. Let me go ahead and acknowledge some more of these comments. Okay, Ken Hyde says she's on her way to work. All right. Safe travels to you, Ken Hyde. Okay, Yellow Rose says she is worried about a Happy Meal, but she is letting the door open for a child abuser to come for her kids. Yeah. TM says, I was taught at 11 years old that no babies will make a man stay where he don't want to be. Exactly. Okay, somebody says, Faith, you're spot on. Okay, Ultimate Gemini. Okay, it says here, will a man ever feel anything about you if you have multiple children with multiple men? Shouldn't she just give up at this point and just make all her baby daddy's life a living hell? Oh, wow. No, you know what? I think Ultimate Gemini, and I said this in one of my other Better Class of Women, with women who have young children, and I'm talking about children who are younger than 16, younger than 17. To me, once you've made that decision to be a single mother, the focus should be basically on the kids. I really don't believe that you should put a lot of emphasis on meeting Mr. Right. Sure, date, and go out and have your fun, and make sure that you keep that separate from your children and don't be bringing everybody home to meet your children. But I wouldn't be dating with purpose while I have small children. Nobody would be coming to my home. I would go out on my dates. I would go out and eat dinner and have fun. And if I want to, get a bang in here every now and then, I'll do that. But it would just not be with the purpose of finding marriage. Now, if I find somebody that's just completely awesome, he has to be a hell of a man. But if that happens, then so be it. But I wouldn't be doing it for the sole purpose of, I got to find somebody to be with and bring them into the house over my kids. No. If you're a single mother, you should just basically pour time into yourself, cultivating yourself, and raising your children to the point where they're older and much more mature and independent. And raise your children to be independent. Get them out of the house. And then once that's done, once you've done your job, then you can date with a purpose and focus on yourself and, having an intimate relationship with someone in an empty nest. But that's just me. Okay, I see a lot of ones in the chat, so I'm going to go ahead and share the link. For anybody that wants to come up, the link is in the chat room now. And if anybody wants to come up and talk about any of the videos that you just saw, if you have a personal story that you would like to share, feel free to do that. I'm going to also pin the link to the top of the chat so that you would always have access to the link at the top of the chat. But see, this is the reason why there's all this battle going back and forth between men and women in the first place about children, about child support. This is the reason why you hear a lot of men saying not to date single mothers. And I don't, I've never ever taken it lightly. I don't think that they're saying that lightly. Now, the way that Kevin Samuels tried to position it with the young lady in the video where he was asking her about, a child asking her about touching them in the shower. I think that he was going about it the wrong way when he put it that way, because it sounded very predatory. But now in these situations where the man has dated a woman with children, and he decides that he no longer wants to be with her, and she's trying to make him responsible for the children because he had been doing for the children while they were together. That's the reason why a lot of men don't like to get with single mothers, because a lot of times these women will try to make these men responsible for children that are not theirs, and the man has not even made a commitment to you. He has not said, I want to marry you. He has not gotten engaged to you. He has not made you his wife, but you're going to make this man responsible for these kids that are not his before you even see that he truly is committed to you in your situation. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with a man wanting to be a stepdad. And the operative word here is want. They have to want to be a stepdad. But a lot of times you all are sitting up here making men responsible for children, and they don't want to be the stepdad. And so when that representative leave and they show you that they've changed their mind, all of a sudden you want to bully this person into taking care of these kids, and it's not their responsibility, and that's just flat out wrong. But right now I see that we have Mr. Bro Speak on the panel, and I also see that we have Tia M on the panel as well. Welcome both. What's up, Bro Speak? What do you have to say on the situation?
Hey Faith, how you doing? You doing okay today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm all right. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that, and I've always said that. Look, sadly, it would be nice if he wanted to take care of those kids, and apparently, I guess from the video that he was doing that in the beginning. But at the end of the day, it's still not his responsibility to take care of those other kids. If they're not in a full-fledged marriage or something like that, that's not his responsibility. Now, if they just hooking up, he's not obligated to do anything for those other children. All he's obligated to do for it is his own. And that's what he was doing. And the thing of it is, we're talking about the Happy Meal. How many of us grew up with mothers bringing us Happy Meals for dinner, bringing McDonald's, period, for dinner? If we want to complain about the fact that he brought a Happy Meal, a lot of us was fed on fast food for dinner and lunch or dinner, and those ain't exactly what we know. Especially we know now, those ain't the most healthiest things to be eaten at all. So if we're gonna bring the heat on him for this, then how about all these other people? There's been men who do it too, who have brought Happy Meals and fast food for these kids and just poison them with these type of food. So that's where I'm kind of like, if we're gonna get on him for that, then there's a whole bunch of people who got to bear the cross for this. And it's just like, to me, and I heard another thing that somebody was saying, well, you know, men are supposed to be feeding the child the village. Well, here's the thing I would say. She didn't pick this. If she didn't pick this guy when he was helping the community, feeding kids, homeless kids on the street, she wasn't thinking about that about this guy. All she was thinking about that, what can he do for her? Maybe for just herself, or maybe for her and her kids. So if you want a person that's going to be like that, then you need to meet men who are that. If he's not doing that, then all of a sudden now we expect these guys to be these community-minded people when we're not even meeting them when they're doing stuff like this. We're just meeting them to be meeting them. So it's like, and the same with guys and these women. You want this woman to be this motherly person, this nurturer, and all that, but she wasn't doing that when you met her. So it's like, so what are you doing? We're meeting people. We're supposed to have all these expectations of people, but we're not meeting it. We're not meeting them when they actually meet it. You're just meeting them when just to be meeting them, because it's you're just meeting them to be meeting people. And then all of a sudden, when the relationship, and you expect them to do all this different stuff when you didn't meet them that way. So that's what I think about this.
I agree. I definitely agree with you, Bro Speak. And here's the other thing too. It's not even that they weren't doing it when you met them, but they might have did it in the beginning. But once again, that was the representative. But when a person starts filtering off and and the real them starts coming out, then you got to accept that that's what you're left with, and at that point, make the decision whether or not you want to deal with it. But we have a lot of people that do not know how to vet, and that is part of the vetting process. So thank you so much, Bro Speak. I see that I have BMT on the panel. Before I get to BMT, I'm going to go ahead and get Tia M. What's up, Miss Tia?
Hello, Miss Faith. Hello, panel. How is everyone? What I wanted to say, I think bro speak said it well. We do have unrealistic expectations when we enter relationships. We You can have five things that you want about a person, and a person may have one out of the five. But I think with women, we have this unrealistic expectation. Like, even if we know the guy wouldn't meet our standards or not the type of man that we want in our life, we will try to build a dude. We'll try to create the golden black unicorn. And then when it doesn't happen, it's like, again, you said it best. We're bitter, we're angry, we're upset, we're emotional, you said it right. And again, it's unrealistic expectations that we do have. But I wanted to speak on what I said. A lot of women, unfortunately, in our community, cannot distinguish between love and lust. We can't distinguish between someone wanting you and needing you. And I said that in the comments because we think, because I think it's very um low level for her to think that, well, we're sleeping together, at least you can buy my other children food. He's not obligated. He's not responsible. I understand, but I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I can understand her feeling like that's petty. Why don't you just purchase everybody's food? But you dated this type of dude. If he was a real dude and had his financial house in order, he would have brought something for all the kids. No one's discussing that. He would have done it. But maybe he didn't. His money is a little tight. Maybe his money is a little funny, and he could not afford to just buy everybody something. And he wasn't trying to be petty. I'm giving him a little grace and say that. But at the core of it, he is not obligated to purchase. He wasn't obligated to purchase this woman's other children food. And again, you question, where are the other fathers? What are they doing? And I think you said it right too when you said that just because she's on food stamps and probably getting child support, she should still take care of herself. She still should look appropriate. There's nothing wrong with her wearing makeup and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with a woman grooming herself. So I've saw some videos, some virals where guys was like, oh yeah, she cashed those food cents in to get the wig and the makeup and nails done. I mean,
Yeah,
she
I
could
see
have.
some people do that. I really do. I mean, it's as if you are on food stamps, you have to look like the gutter, the bottom of the barrel, and that's just not fair.
It's not. It's absolutely not fair. And I'm gonna wrap this up, but I just wanted to say yes. I think there's an issue with it, and then again, we live in a culture where the music, it tells you about, it's very explicit. And I think a lot of these younger women, I'm a Gen Xer, so these women, they take it to heed with the visual and what they hear. And to be fair and give her some grace, not to make excuses, because I'm not an excuse person, but she's emulating and behaving in the manner how they speak of. So it's a double-edged sword with that, because the males are making music and videos and comments, and unfortunately, a lot of us women think that children kind of holds a man in, and if I have this baby, everything will fall in line. We'll walk off into the sunset, and he's gonna be everything that I want him to be. And we also come from a culture where it's like you're nothing without a man. And unfortunately, a lot of these women don't take the time to just focus on themselves. And you're right, Faith. She shouldn't have. When you have small children, whatever you do outside of your home, you shouldn't have these dudes around your children. You shouldn't have different men running in and out of your home in front of your children. That gives, and then you see why a lot of these the brothers don't really like us and don't care. Look at us a certain way and look at their moms a certain way. I've had brothers tell me, my mom, and a lot of it is not that they're trying to be promiscuous or whores. They just looking for love, but a lot of them don't do it the right way. So again, you tapped on a lot of correct stuff. But I think she really dropped the ball, because she was, if you're gonna blame him for the bad, like they said, blame him for the good. And the good was he was trying to come there, feed his son, even if he didn't buy the other kids. I think it would have been nice for him to do it. But if he didn't have it like that, I mean, she should have been happy. They could have went for a walk, and he could have just sat down and had the food with the kid. But that's all I wanted to say, but I was just touching on everything you said, the other panelists said, and thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Tia, for coming up. I appreciate you. And don't be a stranger. Make sure you come back.
Absolutely, no problem. Bye-bye.
All right, Mr. BMT in the house. What's up, BMT?
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? So, I was laughing at the whole thing, but I mean, I got kids, and and I could tell you, um, no, that's not your job. That's by it's by volunteer or by choice, if you so choose. Me and my brother, we have two different dads, so I already understand the dichotomy of, if like my brother. I remember one time his dad brought a game, right? He said, I bought that for my son. Fair enough. You know what I'm saying? However, regardless of that, here's the thing about kids. Whenever they get certain stuff, kids will naturally share with their siblings. You don't even have to tell them; they'll do it. If you ever watch kids and stuff, if they have French fries or a certain thing, if depending on how the kids interact, this is why you should always put your kids around each other. They're going to share with each other. They're going to eat with each other. They that's just how kids' nature. They got food. I got French fries. Let me have some. Yeah, they might argue and bicker, but if you teach them how to actually cooperate, they'll do it. They'll naturally do it. So her being mad, oh, he's coming in with a meal. You got to be thankful for the blessings that come at your doorstep, rather than wanting fire and brimstone and war. You know what I'm saying? There's that that could put such a bad imagery. Mind you, I was happy because the man said my son called me, so that means the boy has a communication line with the father, and the father showed up and said, "What are you talking about?" Like, if you, I'm sure you played the dialogue. She was rich. She wasn't mad at so much him. She was mad that she couldn't get that same energy from the other fathers, and I've seen that time and time again, where some women, they take that anger out on one father for the actions that the other fathers ain't doing, and be like, well, you doing this and that, and and sometimes the dad will want to fill in the gap, or the mom will doggone shame the father, like, well, if you buying your son a PlayStation, then that's for all the kids. No, I bought that for my son or my daughter because they were good. They we had a conversation. You know what I'm saying? And so that's a reality that you have. Now, it would have been wrong if that dad says, you know what, well, I'm gonna have to just keep it at my house. So whenever I get my son, then that's when he'll get his new clothes or he'll get his game or all that stuff. But he's saying, well, give me my son, which that was crazy, because he said, give me my son, put him in the car with me, and me and my son will eat together. And she denied that. She said, no, he can't come down there. So you're saying that you will keep a child from spending time. And I thought that was actually a good thing for a mother to hand off the child to get. That's one less kid you got to deal with. That dad would have took that child and gone off, had lunch. That would have freed up you to fix whatever peanut butter and jelly and whatever stuff for your other three kids. That would have been food that you would have got the pocket. You know what I'm saying? And he wouldn't even fought against that. Sometimes you gotta know when you got a win. But she was talking about, like, well, I got this and that. And I agree with you. Like, sometimes every struggle ain't the same. My mom had four children, two different by two different fathers. Okay. She had three with one with the other man. Right. However, my dad, when her and my dad remarried, he treated my brother, excuse me, he treated my brother like his own. The only thing that hurt my daddy one time was when she told him, that's not your child. And when my mama said it to my daddy said, well, shit, well, then why am I paying for him then? And then so my daddy stopped. My daddy, and after that, that hurt the relationship with my dad and my brother. Because that comment right there, that could do a lot of, you get what I'm saying, Faith? That could do a lot of harm to a man when he's like,
But let
I'm
me
doing this out of my heart. caring for a boy that's not mine, that's not my own. But if I'm raising my
Can
kids,
I ask a question though to the men on the panel?
yeah,
If you are doing for a kid, you know, spending your money on the kid, and the woman says that it's not your child, like does that really hurt you? I mean, because it is a fact that it's not your child. So just because someone says it's not your child, you're just going to stop doing for the child because of the mother?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I have one time. I have, because it does hurt. It does hurt. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a man, and it does hurt when somebody, because I'm treating that psychologically in my mind as my child. But the fact that you want to make a point to say that ain't your effing kid, or you don't have no say with that child, cool. Let me pull back my energy and my speed from that. You got that. So when you say that, that's like a mother telling you, another woman that's you the side woman, or you the girlfriend, hey, that ain't your kid. Don't touch my kid's hair. Mind you, you could do the girl's hair, but that other mother got at you. So you gonna pull back. Oh, you know what? I want to help that little girl, but you know what? Hey, let me fall back. Cool. You want that energy. It is what it is.
Okay, and the same question over to Bro Speak.
Yeah, I would definitely pull back, because again, that the man don't really have to do that logically, but he's doing it because he genuinely cares for the kids. And you throw that, as a woman, throw that back in his face, you basically setting your kid up to be abandoned by that man. Because why should I do for you? Oh, you right. They ain't my child. So guess what? I'm not doing nothing for this child, because you just told me in that I have no say so in what this child is doing. Even though I'm, let's just say you're in a marriage, you paying the bills, you doing all this stuff for this child, and you as a woman have the nerve to tell me that, hey, that ain't your child. And I'm doing all the things that I'm supposed to do for you and your children. Took all that on, and then now you're gonna tell me that's not my child? Okay, cool. You damn right. They ain't my child no more. So I'm not gonna do nothing for this child again. And yes, you might say that's petty, but but you want to hurt me by saying that's not my child because you mad at me for whatever reason. Then guess what? You just ruined that relationship between me and that child.
But don't you both think that that's a little petty, you know, because she might have had a moment of, you know, just being angry and upset, that you would take that out on the child? Because
No.
people say stuff all the time out of anger.
No.
That's what she feels.
That's what she feels. And that was instinctually in her to say
Right.
that. That was instinctually in her to say that. It dealt of, and a lot of men, I think that a lot of men who hear that, you would for the most part, out of 10 men, let them 10 men hear that. We will answer, okay, cool. Let's pull back the energy, pull back that finance, pull back that resources, because you want to put that on us, because then now you're just abusively just dealing with the blows to be told you're not the daddy. You don't have no say. I don't know why. Hey, you got it. You got it. I won't force myself where I don't need to be. I'm not going to force myself where I don't need to be. So, like I said, my dad still was a man in the house, but that relationship with him and my brother, my mom should have never said that. And then me and my brother had a conversation about that, and my dad talked to him as now he grown, but the damage was done. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, it looks like a woman agrees with both of you. See Rose, or the breakdown, a woman's perspective. Check out that channel. They have an awesome video. They'll be also talking about the McDonald situation as well. She says, I've taken care of children that aren't mine. I would be offended if I were told that they aren't mine. I understand they aren't, but a respect is a must. So shout out to C Rose.
Right.
You gotta, because we got to understand something. People show you how they feel about you when they're angry. That when there are two ways when people show you how they really feel about you. When they ain't afraid of hurting you, when they're angry, and when there's no repercussions of whatever they're gonna say. That's when they really show you how they really feel about you. So if she were to say that, that's how she really feels. She feels that you don't have any authority over that child. You are just here, either as a paycheck or you're here to whatever, other than being the father of these other children. That's what she's saying.
Right.
And as a man, if I hear that, okay, you're right. I will be what you want me to be to these children. So hey, that's it.
It's what it is.
I'll cut it off. Now, if you
And
tell me that I have authority over these children, I'm going to do that. I'm going to provide for these children. I'm going to take care of these children. Once you tell me that by saying that you're not their father, you just told me I don't have no authority over these children. I don't have no response, and also you told me I don't have no responsibility for these children. So you're right. I'll back off. I'll let you. Hey, that's
All
between you
right,
and that.
listen to the fellas, ladies. So don't say things that you don't mean, because these men are definitely taking everything that you say to heart. But now I want to
right.
go ahead and get Ultimate Gemini in. She's been down here waiting patiently. What's up, sis?
Hi, my first time coming up on your panel.
Yes, welcome. So did you were you around? Did you see that
Yeah,
video?
I was thinking, I saw the video, and my perception of it is a little different, um, because I kind of understand that the delivery, no one really cared for the delivery and how it came out. But just from like my upbringing, I personally, my mom didn't get food stamps or welfare, and I had a stepdad, and my mom didn't have any kids with him, so he basically was like the provider, and like he always bought things for us, and like my dad also bought groceries as well, but it was never about controlling, or it was just making sure that the kids are fed. So it's like I noticed that it seems like Black men don't really have a relationship with the children, because it's like, especially when watching the second video, when she's saying that, you were around, you fed them, you took care of them, and they have a relationship with you. It's like they want to attack you through the children. So they'll like sever that relationship that they have with the children, and saying that, oh, well, it's not mine, I don't have to have this relationship, and that's really just coming from a person that was like really raised by a stepdad more than my dad. It's like it would hurt me a lot if him and my mom got in an argument and he was like, well, I'm not going to bring any food. Like, like, well, what's going on with that? Like, you don't care about us? Like, are we not supposed to be eating? It's like, it's a little weird, because like whatever you guys got going on in the heat of the moment and you having these arguments, it should never really like, you should never really take that to the children, because it's like it's really toxic and it really does things to them. And it's like I've heard stories of kids saying like, their dad brought them stuff, but the other dad didn't, and how like they would like hoard food from each other and like keep it separate, and like everybody's in the house starving, but like one person has all the food in their room just because they don't want their siblings to eat. It's a really toxic household, and I just feel like we got to start thinking about like how are you affecting the children more than like how you're trying to attack the spouse. Like you're trying to attack that woman or man by saying these things, but like no one cares about how these kids feel.
Wow, that is a different perspective. So you said that you were actually a child being brought up in a household where you had a stepfather that did this, that he would buy for one and not the others.
Oh, no, not in my household. He bought for all of us. Like, but if that were to happen, because like my
Okay.
mom, she didn't have any kids with him. It was just, and she had 3 kids, so we were all someone else's child. But it was never a thing of like restricting food from us. It's like that, especially if he lived with us and he was there, and you know, like he took care of us, he took care of the bills. But like, even when they had their arguments, it was nothing directed towards us. Like, say him and my mom had an argument, all you know, the kids and him, we would go out to a buffet and she would just be at the house and her feelings about whatever happened. But like, it was never any like direction of, I'm mad at your mom, so F you kids. You know, it wasn't, because we actually had a relationship with him. Like, I literally thought of him as my dad, like more like if I had a wedding, you know, I would prefer him to be there versus my dad, because we actually had a relationship, and I give him a credit for a lot of things that happened in my life. But like, you know, like, why aren't you trying to build that relationship with, because you know, when like women, when they have kids, they say, well, you know, you married me and my kids. It's like, you should also be having that like individual relationship with those kids, so that, I think it should hurt your feelings, you know, that you're not feeding the kids, and just because you're mad at her, and you know, those kids, they look up to you as like a provider. Like, you know, like I saw my stepdad as a hero, you know, like, it's just compared to what other people had, you know, it's just like, oh my God, my stepdad was a unicorn. So it's like, that's just how I feel about it. I think that you should like have a relationship more with the kids versus just like attacking the woman through the kids.
So, but okay, now
Hold
if you don't
on,
mind,
hold on. I just want to say real quick, get the comment in. Shout out to Curlin. He says apples and oranges. And that's kind of like how I feel too. Now, after this, everybody can just jump in rapid fire and have a regular conversation. I just wanted everybody to be able to have their say. But it does sound like apples and oranges, because if the father is in the household, then it's different. You know, he should definitely, you know, if he's in the household and then you guys have, you know, different children amongst each other, the children should be treated the same because you're both together. But what happens if your stepfather was not with your mother anymore and he only wanted to do for his children? Would he be wrong if he only did for his children? That's what Curlin means by apples and oranges. And I'm going to let you guys go back and forth rapid fire.
Okay. Oh, can I say something?
Yeah, it's open now.
Oh, hi. So this is Tia. Um, I think everyone had a valid point. Everyone said something very poignant, and I wanted to say this. You know, um, I don't have children, but what I am going to say this: my nephew, he had children with a woman who had 3 different fathers, and obviously one of the children were mine. Were my great niece, and who is an echo? Um, and when I went over to see my great niece, because my nephew, for whatever reason, I was helping him out, and I would take my niece and her 2 other children. I would bring, if I brought her food, I would bring them food. If I take her to the movies, I would take them to the movies. I did it because I could do it, obviously, and I felt like it was the right thing to do. But with that said, she sometimes would get into this mode of, well, that's my kid, that she's your, like, I would never tell her how to parent, but sometimes she was messy. She was a messy chick. And, you know, sometimes I would have to check her because she was just messy. And she would be like, well, that's your niece and that's my other son, that's whatever. And I said, my instincts, I understand some men being hurt, because I was hurt by the fact that she knows she's messy. She knows it. She's aware that she's messy. You're messy. You're upset when somebody call you on your messiness, and excuse me. And then you would be, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna wrap it up. Messiness, and then you would be upset. And then I pulled back for a little while. Here she goes. She texts me, call me. Oh, hey, how you doing? When you gonna come get your children? Like, try to kiki. Never apologize. Never say I apologize for being just, you know, out of pocket, saying something wrong. And, you know, or if she did say something, she'll just be like, you know, sometimes, you know, she'll say, I know I have my stuff with me, her BS with me, and I don't want to curse on your panel. But the reality is just that some women, I think you said it right, Faith. You do have to give some women grace with because sometimes they're in an emotional state, and sometimes I think that she was in an emotional state, but I don't think she's a horrible mother, but she's messy in her decision making and how she moved. But like I said, I still I would be upset. I'll pull back, but then whenever I did see my niece again, I would include her other two children who were not biologically related to me, if that makes sense. So
I want.
go ahead.
So okay, and I'm glad you in the sense kind of feel or felt somewhat how me and the brother would feel up here
Yes.
when you hear that. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm doing this out of my kindness of my heart.
Right.
I'm bound to my blood. My
Mm-hmm.
blood.
Yes, exactly.
Everything else is it's fair game. What
It's
I
fair
feel
game,
to do.
right?
If
Yeah.
it's Christmas time, I'm buying gifts for my kid. My kid. Now, if me and you on good ground, you get what I'm saying, Faith? Then, yeah, hey, I'm not gonna make enough money to get all the kids. You know what? Let me see what I can do. I'm not promising, but I'm gonna see what I can do. But if we ain't in cool on one accord or we ain't cool, hey, best of luck to you. And y'all can say that's cutthroat or cold, but I have to be accountable for mine. When I go before the judge, he's not asking me about the other kids. He's asking me about my kid, my kids. The other one, that's not mine. Those two, that by blood, when I got DNA, that's my attention that I have to be focused on. So, same thing for a mother. Mothers will do the same thing for their kids. Hold up. I get the other kids to eat, but did my kids eat first? I watch mothers do that. Did my kids eat? If their kids didn't eat, oh, there's hell to pay. So you're going to make sure your blood is taken care of first. Now, if you are a man in that household, then that's by your authority to handle the household. But if I'm not in the household, case by case, my child is my case situation. My child called me, I answered. And so the mother, mind you, the man gave her the food. Here, can you give my kid the food at least? I get it. I can't come in the house, but can you get my food? Throw him that food down on the ground. I was just slap to your kid's face. Because now the kid's going, where's my McDonald's? Where's my food at? Where's my gift at? Where's my toy at? Well, your daddy didn't buy all the other kids' clothes, so you don't get. Whoa. Now the kids gonna have issues with each other. Because granted, that's your past. Granted, he got with you when you already had kids, but it's kind of hard to find that he's a bad dude. And I get now she's trying to, explain her what she did, but she don't have no reason. I'm not coming at her about the food stamp. I don't care about that. My issue is you have regardless of whether he a good man or not, he's taking care of his kid. Regardless if y'all together or not, he's doing what he need to do for that child. That's the main situation. Just like you said earlier, Faith. If y'all ain't together, hey, it's only about the kid now. What he do out there, as long as he ain't bringing that before the child, that's good. He even said, if you got a situation, just give me my kid. I'll sit in the car with my kid, and we'll just eat together. You can't beat that because that's no different. If my old lady told, if I was dating, if I was with another woman, and she told that woman, I don't want you in my daughter's hair, there's nothing that woman can do about that. And we done seen those videos like that. You get what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
you know how women feel about
I've
another
seen videos
woman in their
like that,
daughter's hair.
GMT. But here's the thing, like I can kind of now. Here's where I do feel the woman. If he's talking about, what if he didn't offer to just take the son into the car and go? Because to me, that was a good compromise. But say, for instance, what if he really expected her to take that McDonald's into the house? Like, how would that look if he's eating at McDonald's in front of the other kids?
Can I just say something on that? I think if he did expect her to just take the McDonald's in there, that dude probably wasn't even thinking. He just heard his from apparently the child called. They want McDonald's. He came and brought it. He probably wasn't even thinking like that. I think some people don't even think about all the other kids. All they thinking about is focusing on their kid. Now, like you said, the compromise should have been like, hey, let me take my kid. We can go to McDonald's or go out somewhere, and he can eat this McDonald's, and then he come back and we're good. But if that's not even good enough for her, then that's a problem. That's a big problem. You don't want this father to be with his son because you mad because he won't do for your other kids like he did before. Again, you're not in a relationship. I want actually I want to ask this question to the women. Okay, if you broke up with this man, y'all were together, he was there being the stepdaddy, and y'all broke up for whatever reason, and he decided to come back around, and he want to take the child that's not his child to McDonald's or something like that. How would y'all feel about that? Would y'all allow him to do that, or would you not?
Me personally, it depends on the relationship and how he was when he was in a relationship with me, and how he treated my children, and how my children felt about him. It's a lot of variables. It's a lot of no. You can't, it can't be just black and white. It's how the relationship ended. Was he verbally or physically abusive to my other children and stuff like that? Now, far as him, I would have totally said, Leah, why don't you come grab him and take him to go grab something to eat, or let him take that food and let him sit in the car with him. The kid would have came in the house and said, hey guys, I just had McDonald's with my dad. I don't think the kids would have been too salty. I think they'd be like, oh man, McDonald's sound good. And then children's attention span is short. So they would have forgotten about it in a second. I think she made a huge, tremendous... It wasn't about the McDonald's, and it wasn't about the kid. It was about their union. It's about their breakup. It was about him still having sexual access to her. And she's feeling like she's getting the short end of the stick. That's just my opinion.
Wait, they were still messing around?
Yeah, they still sleeping together.
She made a video.
Where was all that? I must have missed a new video.
No. She made a video. She made a follow-up video.
Hold on. Let me. I'll show y'all the video. Man, y'all missed out. Hold on a second. Let me go ahead.
I want to say this. So you telling me that woman couldn't just give that man $3 goddamn to go run back to McDonald's to go get 3 small fries? She couldn't at least give him $3 at least put in? I mean, damn.
All right, here's the video, guys. Yes, she did say all of that. Hold on a second.
The whole world is basically bashing me right now because I'm the baby mama who was upset at her baby daddy because he only decided to give his child McDonald's and not the rest of my other 3 kids. I have 4 kids. You knew the situation when you dated me. Our child is the youngest child. So keep that in mind before y'all make me the villain. That means all my other kids knew him. He was buying them McDonald's when we were together. My kids have to go through a transition of our breakup as well. Like, yeah, me and you broke up, but my kids got to feel it too. So now my kids have to see only one of their siblings get McDonald's and not the rest of them. And they know it's coming from you because, of course, like me and you used to be together. They used to see you. You used to do it for them. But now you don't want to do that for them anymore. Like, to me, that's petty. That's petty. Like, it's not fair. Like, you're not going to give one child McDonald's and not all the other kids McDonald's. Like, I'm not going. And then on top of that, you mean to tell me you can give and dab and want to do it sometimes, but yet you can't feed all my other kids McDonald's though? That's what you mean to tell me? Like, I'm not going for that. I'm going to stand on what I said, and I don't care what everybody else has to say about it. Y'all could judge me. Oh, well, I could be the villain, but I said what I said. Like, if you can't bring everybody McDonald's, then can't nobody have...
All right, y'all.
Yeah, she still take the loss. She's still taking the loss. It don't matter how she try to spin.
Because she was still sleeping with him, basically, from time to time. And that's pathetic to me. If you think
that's her choice. Yeah.
If your vagina is worth a McDonald's for everyone, I mean.
Well, I guess then she need to lay down. That's 3 goddamn free sex sessions he get. If he want 2 McDoubles, a Big Mac, then if she laying down for McDonald's Happy Meals and shit, then hey, that's on her. I mean, that's what it's come to. Then it is what it is. But I ain't mad, but at least she's sleeping with a familiar. I mean, I don't got no problem. Hey, listen, lady, if y'all still can shack it up with your baby daddy, at least you know, hey, that's a familiar penis you dealing with. You can't go wrong with that.
Let me just make sure I'm understanding. basically it's still okay to sleep with him,
Yep.
you know, give access of herself to him, but like, you know, requiring groceries is like too much.
What
So
grocery?
I
That's
mean,
not
like,
my.
I just personally think that she should stop sleeping with him, right? Like, you know, if he's just going to
Exactly.
do his job and provide for that one child, I don't think that she, you know, there should be like any sexual relationship there, because like he's benefiting sexually, but what if she's not benefit? What if it doesn't even do
She
it
is
for her?
benefiting,
You
Exactly.
know,
but she is
Exactly.
benefiting.
how? From the
She
sex? Is
got her
that
nut just
what
like
she's
he got
been?
a nut. She
But
keep
you know,
calling her phone.
most women, they don't really have those types of orgasms, you
Well,
know? And
guess
my thing
what?
is
You're
just like,
not
you got to
her.
get past the orgasm.
But you're not.
You know,
But
I
you.
feel like an
But,
orgasm isn't worth having a house full of hungry kids, you know?
Well,
Me
Exactly.
personally.
but
well, she
there's
got
women who
four. She
feel
got
that
four
way, though.
trophies. So clearly, she doing pretty good with
Well,
whatever.
I mean, I just hope she rises from that, because like, you know, that orgasm, how does it feel? Does it feel better to have an orgasm versus like feeling your hungry kids feel? Because I feel like women can feel when their kids are like, you know, just depressed, you know, they just have that relationship. So it's kind of
Clearly,
sad
she couldn't
that she
feel.
chooses that orgasm over. I hope she doesn't, and I hope, you know, she lets go of that orgasm, because it's not worth it.
So
Man,
Clearly.
you got women who will dump their kids with somebody else for some dude. I mean, legit. I had a coworker. She met this. I work in a prison. Okay,
Well,
she
don't
met
men
this
do
dude.
that?
Huh?
huh?
Don't men dump their children with their baby mamas for other women?
Yeah,
Yes.
they do that, and
So like,
if
so that's a
It go.
thing. That's normal. We're not saying that's
it's
like out of context there, right?
no, I mean it's
Okay.
not normal, but it happens.
A lot in the black community. We can say
Right.
that. Like, the majority of the time.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
I,
so. But I'm trying to figure out. So she
these,
she's
there are people
mad because
just dump.
okay. So now she made herself even look even more foolish and stupid. She did.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
She
She did.
did because she honestly, he was in their lives, and guess what? He was actually helping her. Shout out to him. Now he definitely looks like a hero, but he was helping them, and they broke up. That wasn't
But
their
why
dad's
did they
fault.
break up?
Guess
You know
what? They broke
why?
up. That's not our business. That's not our business. We don't care about that. They broke up.
Yeah,
So
we
how is
can't.
he a hero? How can you can't call
Cause
him a
like,
hero?
Hold on,
He's
you
hold on,
know,
supposed
hold
to
on,
be
wait, hold on,
magical.
hold on, wait.
what if he was
They
touching
were
one of
the
the other kids?
only thing that they were doing was just dating. They were just dating. There is
What
nothing
if
in the dating
what if
here.
they was in a
There is
relationship? You
nothing.
know, dating in a
There is
relationship
nothing in the
sometimes can
dating
mean the same
handbook
thing.
saying I got to take care of your kids. There is nothing in the dating handbook saying your kids are my problem. Unless you got a ring on the finger, unless I literally am obligated to you by some blood or hey, we made some kind of pact. That's not my kids.
So
This,
like, if you have, so for example, let's say you're a full-time single dad, right? And you start dating a woman and you want to like put a ring on it. Would you bring her in the household first, or would you like wait until after you marry her to bring her in the household? And remember, you have your child full time.
if I'm a full-time dad, I can bring her around my child, but she's
So,
not. She hold on, wait.
okay,
I'm glad you asked that. She don't have to take care of my child. I was already taking care of my child. She's just
okay.
an
So,
add-on, a blessing to what I'm already doing. I was
quick
already
question.
feeding, clothing, and doing stuff for my kid. You
Quick
telling me that
question.
somehow bring her in? Now my kid is living a better life? No. Then that
Okay,
means
so
I'm
quick
already failing.
question. I got a quick question. So, like, okay, you say you would bring her in, and she don't got to do nothing for the child. So, like, what happens in the household? Like, she's cooking herself a big breakfast, and I know sometimes you cook your man a breakfast, but and she cooks you a breakfast as well. Does she not like make the child a plate, or that's just like, hey, I only made enough for two? She starts washing clothes, and she's like, oh, let me separate my clothes. I'll probably throw your clothes in, but his
She's
clothes.
doing all that in my
Is
house.
is
So
is that is
so she
that
okay, so
normal?
if she's in my house using
Yeah,
me and my kids' resources,
yeah.
then guess what? If you want to use my laundry detergent, best believe all that laundry right there, you're gonna wash that too. You ain't gonna wash your clothes in my damn house and think that my kids' clothes are gonna get skipped over you or for you. No,
But
no,
didn't
no,
you
nigga.
just say that you shouldn't do any responsibilities for the person until
See,
they put a ring on it?
this is
And
where
you said
this
you
is
would bring
where
her in the house before
and this is
before you put a ring on it.
but
So
see, this is where the failure of issues is happening. This is where I have issue where this is why I don't have no problem with women saying, What do I need a man for? I got my kids. Women will tell a man that. So that way they're not put in a situation that man could think that without me, you can't take care of your kids. That was something that women will let a man know real quick. So if I'm taking care of my responsibility as a man with me and my kids, you just an add-on. I don't need you. I choose to deal with you. If you want to, I'm choosing to deal with you. She chose to deal with that man. She chose to get impregnated by that man. First of all, you already had 3 kids and you ain't get married to none of their baby daddies, and you got knocked up again. You
Or
ain't think
what
of
if they didn't want
IUD,
to marry
Marina.
her?
Hold on,
What if
hold
they
on.
were all
Whoa.
cheating and, being, just not good men? So,
So
like,
no,
I thought men, like, was she supposed to, like, pick one of them and get on a knee and say, hey, will you marry me? Is that how it's supposed to work? Like,
you would think now. Hold on. Now she said her kids are older, so you think from strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, you never thought to raise the standard of what you want baby daddy number 4 to do. You never
maybe
thought to say,
she was
hey, you know what?
chasing that orgasm. I don't know. I
It
just, like,
is chasing the
Well, goddamn,
orgasm, and
is it
it's
hard to go
chasing
get?
the
Is it hard to go
orgasm.
get?
It's
Is it
chasing
hard to
the
go get? I don't know,
orgasm,
like
and
birth
it's
control
also
or
and
make them
it's
wear a
also
condom?
and it's all. It's not even that, because dudes will talk her out, and let's be honest, no one wants to wear a condom, but we have to. But
Oh
the
well,
fact of the matter is that I think it's a pattern, and it's just she's probably in a community in the neighborhood somewhere where a lot. It's not just her like that. It's a lot, probably a bunch of other women who have several different fathers, and they just think it's the cure. It's they just think, unfortunately, and I hate saying it, but some women think that the baby is going to make it better, and they'll stay, it'll humble him and stuff. A lot of these dudes, and I hate
Right.
to say it, a lot of these girls get food stamps, $1,200 in food stamps. They got Section 8. They got all this stuff. Some of these dudes
all
are just
them poor.
some of these dudes are just looking for housing. Some of these
Oh,
dudes are just looking for financial help. They just looking for a warm place, a food to stay in while they
Sadly.
cuff their own
so
money.
this bunch of poor people, like,
Yeah,
trying to live off
it's
each other,
two
huh?
two dysfunctional mofos
Exactly.
living off of each other. That's what that is.
so
Because if he was
Exactly.
leveled up, he would have did it out, and he had a relationship prior with her older children. He would have came in there with all the food, with all of them. But maybe he's not leveled up. He probably, and like you said, I think he said one of the guys said a point where the kid called him, "Hey, Pop, yo, I'm hungry. I want some McDonald fries." Blah blah. All right, son. He didn't think. He said, "I'm gonna just come over there, maybe grab him." Talk. He probably didn't have a set plan. Not like, I'm gonna give you these fries in front of these other kids. No, he didn't do that. He didn't think about it. Again, discernment is. I mean, people are not thinking. Unfortunately, sometimes, and I'm not shaming any women with children, but we gamble with our womb, and she gambled a few times. I don't know how many
she
fathers it
lost.
is.
She lost.
She rolled that dice with her womb, and she just not saying, okay, let me get my stuff together before I procreate with someone else. And sometimes girls getting their back blown out. That's enough for them. Some girls,
But
just because
after
a
4
guy.
kids, don't you think that she's kind of done with the
Clearly not.
procreation?
Clearly not.
What you said,
Shit.
Faith? What you said, Faith?
No, I was saying after 4 kids, don't you think she's done? I mean, that's
She
No, no.
absolutely. She was
Nah,
done
she
after
ain't done.
2.
She ain't done. You know why she ain't done?
She's
But
not.
she, as
Yeah,
much
she's
as
not.
she complained about this one Negro, she's still calling him up for Little Caesars. He pretty much Uber
I
penis
wouldn't be
because
surprised
he be
she get
calling him up
pregnant
for
by him
food
again.
and penis
I
at
hope
night.
he doesn't.
I
I
won't, I
hope
won't
he
be
really
surprised if
learns
she's
from
pregnant by him again. She gets
She will.
pregnant.
She will be. She will be.
I wouldn't
Oh,
be
he's a
surprised.
girl. You know what? I learned my lesson. I brought you some onion rings. What's good? Oh, you do care about me. Like, that's all she gotta do. Bring the onion
You know
rings
what?
over.
I kind of
Yes,
think that
babe.
she's playing. I think she's playing the welfare game with those kids too.
Get the check, girl. Get the check.
Yeah,
I just
but
wish people would leave welfare alone.
a lot of women can't distinguish between lust and love, and when someone loves them. And again, I say that a lot of us don't know how. We can't identify it. We can't separate it. Like, we think men having access to us in the sexually is love. We don't. A lot of women like that don't think it's. They think it's a potential, or it could happen. He'll, just because, it's very unfortunate, and I think moving forward, especially in our community, we should teach our daughters between lust and love, and someone being really interested in you and not. That's it.
Well, we definitely know that she's still banging her baby daddy.
And he's a
And
man. He's gonna come get that.
oh,
He's gonna get it. He's gonna hit it.
now here's the thing about it. he don't have to tolerate her BS because he said, okay, cool, you want to do that? All right, I'm getting in my car and I'm leaving. So that's exactly what he did. Now he said, you looking silly out here. She done changed up her story. 1 minute her food stamps was the 7th, then it turned to the 11th. I mean, I thought that would be something cemented that you would know. But regardless of that, regardless of the situation, she at some point, I have no problem telling a woman, protect your womb. Protect your womb. It's getting too serious out here. You can't make that many mistakes anymore, especially with Roe v. Wade off the door. So at this point, she gonna call him up. He already told her, I'm not obligated. The other 3 baby daddies, they're not obligated. They're not trying to take care of my kid, but you want me to take care of your kid.
What do
You
you
got to get no. We're not playing this, and that's that foolishness. Because what if nobody ever thought he might have kids out there with another woman? Not saying he do. That's alleged. But
Most
what do
however,
you
likely.
guys think about them giving the kids to the fathers full time, like
I
doing full
believe in
time
that
custody?
1000%.
Do you
Everybody
think
answers
that
that.
would be a realistic thing that would
yep,
happen?
I
yes.
think when the
Okay,
boy
well,
hits puberty, he
hold
should
on,
go live
guys,
with his
hold on.
father.
Before people answer that, I do want to shout out the super chat. Shout out to C Rose, a breakdown the women's perspective for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the show. And go ahead.
I was saying I agree with her. I think the minute a boy hits puberty, you've done your first 10, 11, 12, 13 years with that boy. He needs manhood and he needs to be with men. So I think you should ship him off to his daddy until he
I
goes
got
to college.
What
I got
about
no
before
problem.
that, like newborn?
No, I think the
So
men,
why not?
because
No,
men don't have the
I
patience.
know some dads who got their kid at a young age. Shout out to
I
brother
want
Jay
I want
Shine.
to see more newborn. Because I feel like that would be a good obstacle and a good responsibility for them, especially if they're like impregnating all these unfit mothers with no jobs,
Yeah.
EBT food stamps. So I think that would be a cool thing.
I think it would if he has a support system with his mom or his sister, another woman. I personally don't believe
I
men
think
should
that
be
should
with
be.
small
I
kids.
don't. I think a lot of times when we have like single dads, we notice that most of the time the kids is at the grandma's, and
Yeah.
I don't think that's fair. So
No,
I
it's
I
think
not.
don't
that
know
I mean, a
about that.
support
That's
it
kind of
system.
should.
stopped. That's actually kind of stopped now with the. I could actually do it. I actually have a panel with like a lot of dudes who actually have their kids. Jay Shine, OG Speed, Sly, a lot of dudes who actually got their kids. They didn't hand their kid off to grandma or mama. They actually just
Well, I think
raised
in
their
the
kid.
poor communities
So
they do that a lot.
oh,
So
the
let
poor
me
people. Okay, the
clarify.
poor people. The
Poor
poor
people.
people. Okay, so poor people hand off their kids to other people. Oh well, okay. Well, I guess that's the thing. I'm glad they got a community.
Well, my
But for the
mom
most,
raised my sister's kids for a period of time, but I think men don't have the patience, and that could be dangerous. I'm not trying to be saying they're predators or it's a lot to go with a newborn.
that's not
Newborns
true.
is they don't have. It's harder for them to really. It's a lot unless they're being counseled. If they took lessons or maybe they took some paternity classes. Yes, I think it would be a great
So
idea.
I think that's really unfair to say that about men because I think they can handle that. I don't think they're like primitive beings. So I think we
I
should
don't
really
know.
give them the chance to like really raise their children
No,
from
absolutely,
birth.
but I don't think.
okay. So and I'm listening because I'm a dad. I raised my damn kids, and I'm raising mine. Yeah, we are patient. I was doing it with twin girls while their mom went right back to work, and so I was doing it.
But
And
she showed
guess
you how
what?
to do things.
So, and that's twin girls. Do you know what? A lot of people don't know what it's like to deal with a twin schedule, but I did it,
That's
and I know a
rough.
lot of other dads in the military and out that were raising kids. Like it's not broadcasted like that. Men are getting their kids. I know more men. They would probably still get that woman child support if they could just get their kid back. A lot of men will do that. You can have the child support, just give me back my kid. Men won't even complain about
That
that.
don't make sense. I think once you take the kids, like she could be put on child because she can get like a job now. You can get a job, and you can't be on Section 8 and EBT. As a capable adult, so you have to get a job. You wouldn't be qualified for this. Then you can put her on food. I mean, you can get on food stamps if you want to lower your income, or you could put her on child support. And I think that would be a thing. And I think that reversal in roles. I think that should be a thing so people can stop complaining.
That's true. I mean, you can do it. I mean, I don't know. My thoughts on that, but
Yeah,
that's
she
just my
can get
thoughts.
up. She can get a job. We're all capable. Especially when you got no kids to raise and you just by yourself. You ain't about to sit at home all day. I hope they wouldn't. You know, you get up and you work.
But I think also, but a lot of women are doing both. They're holding it down 9 to 5 and have newborns. My coworkers, they have newborns. My coworkers, they come back to work 3 months later, and obviously they arrange, but I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, I just feel like I think it's a good idea, but if you feel, but I know women personally who felt like they just didn't really felt like the confidence in their child's father to just like leave them with them as a newborn when they got like walking talking age, sure, but like full time. And sometimes I've seen men get very frustrated that why is this baby crying and stuff. Like it could be because they didn't carry them for 9 months, so it's a different connection and bond. I think that's what I'm trying to
I
express.
understand that. I just think I see a lot more men get frustrated when, women use that relationship and that bond to say, like, he can't do it. And I think that makes them frustrated sometimes because a lot of times
Yeah,
they don't really get the chance to. So,
Some of them don't
women
want
get
to.
frustrated, with babies sometimes too. Sometimes the motherly instinct doesn't always like naturally kick in, but
That's
I
true.
think both parents should get that opportunity to like really bond with the children. Like, dads, they get time off as well now when babies are born. So they both should have that opportunity to bond and, do that. I think and I think a lot more Black people, we got to stop depending on the government to feed the kids. Cause
Yeah.
like, think about like when food stamps stops, a lot of people are going to be starving out here. I think we should like come together, do more food banks for, poor people when they don't got food and, help out when baby daddies aren't willing to help out as a community. Just to say you did your part. Cause
Right.
food stamps comes from your paycheck. I think they take 16 cents, from everybody. That's why they always saying you're taking from my
Uh,
taxes.
okay,
So
yeah,
if we
it's like
donate some,
$5.
I think
I
that'll
think
be
it's like
cool to help out
$5.
the poor folks.
so let me.
But
So I got to debunk a lot of this thing. First off,
Wait, one second, 1 second. Let me get bro speaking. He's been waiting
go ahead, bro.
patiently.
I'm sorry about that, bro. Go ahead, bro.
yeah, I think that when we talk about what men are not naturally patient, if you're a father, you're going to be patient with your child. That's facts. The guys that you see that are not patient, they can't handle these kids, they're probably not those kids' father. There's some dude that some woman picked to be acting like a babysitter, a pretend stepdaddy. Men who truly want that child, they're gonna be patient with the child. That's just I've seen men who real patient with their kids are crying. They being real patient. So this whole notion that these men are not gonna be patient with these screaming toddlers, I think is bull crap. I've seen women; these kids are acting a fool, and these women are hollering, screaming, cussing at these
So you're right.
kids.
There are some women, but I've
So
seen men
I
who are
don't,
the
I don't,
biological. I've
I
seen
don't.
men who are the biological not be patient with them. It's
All
just
right,
that it's just a nuance for them. It's just they've never really had to do it. Some of them they're first time dads, and it was just like, oh wow, like this baby's. It could be anxiety. It could bring out a lot of anxiety in men because women. It's just I think by nature we just fall into it. I think with men it's a little you have to kind of groom them or put them in like, oh, this is what you do this, you do, unless you used to change your little sister, little brother's diapers and, cradle them and stuff like that, but I'm not saying all, but I think, it, like I said, it depends on the relationship, where the guy is at, how, if he was excited about the baby or was the baby, I'm sorry to cut you off, bro, speak. If the guy was excited about the child coming, because some guys are not even excited about the kid coming. So it's also a psychological factor to it. They wasn't emotionally invested when it was in the womb. So I'm thinking in that manner. That's what I'm saying.
right, yeah, and I understand it. That's what I'm saying. Like, if that man truly wants that child around, trust me, he's going to be patient. He will fight to the death to keep
That's right. He
to
should.
keep his child. That the from what the argument that I hear from a lot of women on the other side is that, oh, they dump them with their baby. Yeah, that man didn't want to be a father like that. But the men that I know, you're not gonna take their kids without a fight. They're not gonna do that. You're not gonna take their kids. They fight and they'll pay the child. They'll do whatever it takes to be with their child. That's
Well, let me
all
ask
I
you
hear is all
that.
these other dudes, bum ass dudes who don't want to be in their child's life. That's what we get the thought process is these bum ass dudes. But you don't talk about the fathers who actually
That's
be in their
that's
life.
actually what I was getting to, bro. Speak. I wanted to know, like, do you think that women, especially single baby mothers, do you think that they want sympathy for being a single baby mama and having to raise the children by themselves? And do you think that 9 times out of 10 there's a reason why these men decided not to stick around? And this is for everybody on the panel, so anybody can jump in.
I'm about to get off, so I'm gonna just do I think some women do take advantage of it, and they see that, you know, the world is changing a little bit, and women are seeing some will take advantage of and use it as a crutch, and some women just won't. Some women will just suck it up, take care of their kids, and then and do what they have to do, and just level up. It's so different from, but I think some women will try to um use it. They garner, they want the sympathy because they, you know, maybe they made it. If they're a single baby mom, they feeling like, I made a mistake with this guy, with my womb, with this person. I thought it was going to be one way and it didn't. So they feel like, and they're feeling it, they're on their own, and some of them don't have support systems, some don't have a mom to help them out, or aunties around, or grandma, you know. Some of them excuse me, don't have a support system. I know some women that do have a support system. When they become single mothers, they kind of handle it with more grace and just a little quiet about it, and just level up and do what they have to do. It really depends on the young lady, the one female's, the woman's, not female, woman's situation. That's what I think.
I agree with her. I think that women want sympathy because sometimes it's really tough for some of. I think some of them take advantage of the situation, of course, and like are extra dramatic. But I believe that a lot of them want sympathy for being in the tough situations. Because I've had friends who are single moms, and like they just have a really bad family, you know, everybody's toxic, nobody wants to help. And I do feel sorry for her, but you know, sometimes they just have to, you know, suck it up and, you know, just do it. So, but I think anybody who's just having a tough time being a single parent, they kind of want to complain from time to time. Not everybody wants to hear it, but sometimes they just want to complain.
Yeah, and that's true, and I agree with her as well. Now, one thing I do want to do, Tia, since you got to go, if there was one thing, if there was one bit of advice that you can give to a single mother, what advice would that be?
Um, my advice would be, your child, the universe obviously wanted that kid here, whether it was you should have done it or not. We're human. We fall in love, and we get, you know, we fall in love, and we produce a kid because we're in love or in lust, or sometimes I know I went to high school. Just real quickly, I went to a high school with a girl, and she was pregnant. She got pregnant, and I said, "Wow, I mean, you know, you about to have a baby, blah blah blah." And she said the only reason she was having the kid was because she wanted someone to love her back. And I'm gonna tell you her story real quick. She didn't have parents in her life. Both her parents were drug addicts. Her grandmother was raising her. She's been through a lot of trauma, and she was having the kid not for the man. She was having the kid because she said, I wanted someone, I want to create someone that will love me back. And that touched my heart, because we was about 16. We was in high school. So my point is, I think my advice to, if you're already a young single mother, it happened. Try to focus on you, your kid. Don't. I'm not saying you can't have a boyfriend, you can have an intimate partner, or you want pleasure seek or whatever. Just be responsible. And if you do bring another kid into the world, make sure your situation is set up and you're self-sufficient. You can be independent, and if you meet an amazing guy and you could bring him into your life, and I'm not gonna say, I mean, marriage is great, but you don't have to be. But someone you feel like could be a good life partner, go for it. And for the women that don't have children, I say enjoy your life. But from the time you up until 25, I say don't have children, travel the world, enjoy your life, do what you got to do, have fun. If you want to be a virgin, stay a virgin until you're married. Do that. If you want to go out and date and pleasure seek and have fun, pleasure seek. But enjoy yourself until you're 25, and then that's by that time you have a better sense of yourself and who you are, what you want. Because even at 25, you don't fully know who you are, what you want, before you start gambling with your womb. I say don't gamble with your womb, but if you already gambled with your womb, it happened. The kid is here. Just love that kid unconditionally. Don't be upset if the father is there or not. You roll the dice. It happened. I'm not saying he can't be responsible, but just focus on a better life for you and your kid. That should be the focus. Find what makes you happy. Find joy for your kid. Make sure you're doing things with your kid, and it's not about the man. Don't make your focus about men and feeling. I know you feel like a statistic, and I know you feel like excuse me, I'm so sorry, guys. Maybe it was a bad decision, but it's something you can't walk back on. The kid is yours. You had him, he's here. Just figure out how I'm going to do this. Set up a game plan. If you don't know what to do, find someone to tell you what to do. Like, what can I do to better level myself up and make myself a better life for me and my kid? And I just say, don't gamble with your womb anymore until you really feel like you can actually handle it, and you can handle not just financially. Because I think children need their father, whether you're with them or not. And let your father, and this is my other advice, let these men be a father to their kid, whether you're together or not. If you never was together and you just had a baby with some dude, let him be the father to the kid as much as he can. As long as he's not a danger, he's not, he's not odd or weird or whatever. He's not behaving in I'm sorry, I can't articulate myself in a manner that he's not supposed to. Let him be the father. It's not about you anymore. It's about the kid. It's not about you. It's about your children. Let him be a father and just level up and just get your stuff together. That's it. Thank you so much, Faith. I appreciate it. And thank you, panel.
All right, facts on facts. Tia, don't be a stranger. Please do come again.
I won't.
All right, y'all. So now, with this new abortion law in effect that pretty much abolishes it at the federal level, it basically gives the power back to the states. Anybody on the panel can answer this? Do you think that this will help, as far as tightening up on people having these kids out of wedlock? Do you think people will pump and dump responsibly? And that's for anybody.
Nope. They're gonna still do what they're gonna do. The responsible people are gonna be even more responsible. The irresponsible people are just gonna pay for it and get caught up. And it is what it is. Like, they're gonna just now you're just gonna see it all come to light. I've already did a segment. Yeah, man, good luck finding them Plan Bs, boy. That's like finding you might see a few of them, but CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens, a lot of them are issued out a statement that they're limiting how much that they're going to be putting out there, and if they're going to actually be barred, and that's and so I already know they already on the market where I'm at. Get a box of Plan B, that's $150. That's the low diff Plan B box. That's not even a good one. That's $150. So I hope y'all might want to start stashing them checks, ladies and men, because you're gonna get caught up. Crossing state lines, that can also still be that can get you hemmed up. That can get you hemmed up if you get caught, or if your doctor tells you where to go do that. It's called abetting, and in that situation. And so you're gonna have some medical people, they might lose their license. There will be people who are going to get punished down the line, but it is going to make people, after a while,
they're gonna learn the hard way. It's gonna be a lot of hard lessons.
What happens if they get rid of the plan B, they can't get an abortion, and you were out there and you were having sex and something happens and you get pregnant?
Then deal with it. Then deal with it. Men and women gonna have to just deal with it. There are gonna be men going
So
before
like that is just deal with it? Seriously?
Yeah. Hey, what else I'm supposed to say? Oh, well, let's pray over it. No, y'all did what you did. I think they even got it where it's hey, tell you right now, move accordingly. Don't get drunk. Don't get high. Don't sleep by long penis Larry, Bonquisha, who like throwing it back. Y'all boys better have penis control. Y'all gonna be before the family courts more often. And these women ain't gonna have no problem attacking you. And ladies, y'all gonna what's done in the dark gonna come to the light. So
wow,
How do you
BMT.
feel about
Cold.
vasectomies?
Cold.
hey,
Well, what did you say, Ultimate?
How do you guys feel about vasectomies? Do you think that more? I saw a news article that said like the appointment scheduling went up like 900%, like with consultations. Do you think that more people are going to try to be responsible and like do measures like tube ties and vasectomies more? Because they can be reversed, but fertility rates drop afterwards. But do you think that would be a thing that could help some people out? No, it doesn't help you against STDs, which I still hope people use like protection for, because the STD is like rampant in the community. But just with like having kids like that, do you think that's a possibility for people?
I think what BNT said is true. The people who are responsible, they're gonna be more responsible.
yeah, we good.
That's just because
Problem.
they already been responsible. They already know if I get this baby, if this woman knows if I get this baby with this dude might up and leave. Anything
Yep.
might happen. So she gonna protect herself even more. The ones that they just want to throw it back, just be throwing it back, they don't give a F.
Yeah.
And guess what? If they got that bread, they'll go take that trip and go get that the abortion. They'll go get that plan B or whatever they got to do to get rid of that baby so they can live their life. They're going to do that. Do I think? Do I think that I've heard stuff like that's going to be more violence against women? No, it's
Here
nothing
go
like
that fear mongering shit.
there's not going to be no violence.
Well, I think
like
there's some
that.
truth to it.
Violence
I
been
mean,
going
look at
for
what's
the longest
happening.
time,
Huh?
and that was before all this. So
That was before.
But
so
look at what's happening though. There is more violence against women the more that women are being selective. Because now you have women with the level up movement. They're just kind of looking at the men that have money and they're rejecting the pookies and the ray rays. And you see a lot of the pookies out here raping women and committing these violent acts against women randomly because the women are being more selective. So if you introduce the fact that now the women are going to get even more selective because they're not going to be able to get that plan B or that abortion, it might be a lot more grape, and a lot more women being attacked because they're even more selective.
I would tell y'all go get a gun. Go get a gun. Go get a gun.
It was going up regardless.
Right. Like
because you got a lot of dudes out here. Before all this happened, it was going up regardless because you got a lot of dudes out here who are feeling rejected. They feeling like nobody cares. And that's on all races at this point in this country. They feel like they're rejected. They feel like nobody cares about them, and they taking their anger out on women. That's been going up before all this happened. That really the spike in violence with women really went up with COVID because there's a lot of dudes, a lot of people who were in relationships that really didn't want to be in these relationships. They were just being in relationships because it's convenient, and they were like, as long as they get to go to work or go away from this person, they're good. But once they have to really sit with each other and be with each other like that, they really didn't like each other like that. As far as like the old, well, dudes are going to be raping women more. Nah, I don't think that's going to, that was going up regardless.
I think
Like
one
you
of the
said,
things about it, and so the woman Gemini, correct? So um about the vasectomy, and I mean, how much a vasectomy cost? I forgot the pricing, but I mean, if guys want to go do that, yeah. Now, as far as for women getting a tube tied, last time I checked, a woman can't just walk into the hospital. So I want to get my tube tied. There's more to that than that. Like I know when mine's had her children, they're like, okay, you're highly fertile. Do you want to continue down this path? Do you want to go get, a marina? You get what I'm saying? Or what's good? What's good, girl? And that was brought to her by her doctor. Some hospitals, depending on if they have a set related, like Christian hospitals or certain stuff, they don't do certain things. But depending on if you have like a boy girl, like, or you're a certain age, they'll offer, or if you're a high risk also, they'll be like, hey, like, you have some complications. I mean, I know, but I just talked to her. Me and her had a conversation about this. So I was listening to the women. They were talking about this. So I understand some women are going to be like, I have my 3, I have my 4, or I have my 2. I'm good. I'm out the race. That's fine. So fellas, either you're going to be dealing with baby mamas, or you're going to be dealing with women who probably say, hey, I'm out. Ladies, since you've seen the way it's going, if you just now about to have your baby, now will probably be the time to go get it. Hey, close it up. For the fellas, I think it's like $250. Same day, you walk in, zip, zip, they do it. You walk out, you can go right back to work the next day. So, yeah, I mean, it is reversible. Men do have a bad habit of not doing that, getting that stuff done, but it can get done. So, if the
But
men don't want to
here's
protect
my thing,
themselves,
BMT.
huh?
How is it that men that don't want to be with baby mamas, why are these men constantly with baby mamas?
It's easy. It's easy. It's easy. It's easy. Like, no offense. Look, I know one the universal nigga truth. Baby mamas fuck. We all know that. That's the one. I don't know why people think if I need to go, a baby mama is a more easier target to go get some to go
So
get
you
some
don't
sex.
think women without kids they're not easy?
I'll take the baby mama any day. I'll take baby mama. One, I don't have to guess that that's a transformer. I don't have to guess that that's a transformer. Let's put that on the table. We don't have to guess what she is. We know because she passed a child out her womb. So I'm just saying, lady, y'all be hanging with the other lifestyle too much. So
So that's a legit concern. Like is
that
that like
is,
is
yes,
that like on the
yes,
high list? Like, oh,
yes,
you
that
might
is
be a
definitely,
man.
that is,
Oh,
yes, it is.
I just didn't know. I didn't know the population of trans women was that high for you to like constantly
Yeah.
question it.
You better go check Atlanta. You better go check Atlanta. But somehow they lurking in them damn clubs now and shit. I
shoot,
don't listen.
Atlanta, shoot,
Atlanta, Miami.
Houston.
Like I said, y'all women don't worry about it because it ain't nothing for a woman to go, deal with a woman on woman, or they get with one of them Daikians that are, a woman dressed like a man, like Emmett Young Ma, and they'll be like, well, I'm happy. Women can that's not on y'all mind. Just like how for a man walking in the dark to the corner, that's not a thought in his mind. He just walked it. Y'all got to worry about other stuff. You understand what I'm saying, Faith? So we worry about different things. So
Yeah, but we worry about men on the down low. We worry about,
Yeah, them
no, you know what?
STDs.
That's another cap that we gotta call out. Women will know that their Negro or the nigga that they dealing with is sus, and they'll still fool around with that dude. That I never.
I
And y'all will do
I
that. Y'all women
wouldn't.
will still
I
deal with a
really
sus nigga.
think that you don't understand because like the
Why?
only way that I got experience to like understand like what a gay man is or what's a man on the down low is having a gay friend. Like when he
Wait.
would
So you
show
have gay
me and
friends?
tell I only have one gay friend. I only have one and I didn't understand that men have sex the way that they do. Like I thought it was more of an emotional connection like women, but I didn't understand that like men go to like truck stops and they, y'all just do things and zip it up and go about your day until he brought me inside of like what the down low community is like. So like when he would point out people like, oh, he's gay, and I didn't know. Like there's no way for, especially when that guy, he has like the really good persona and he's like, you don't know. And it's just like, you don't want to constantly say, oh, is he gay? I mean, it's obvious gay guys, the ones that are flamboyant, but the down low ones, you would never know. Like he would point out people and say, oh, he comes knock on my window at night. And
I'm going to give y'all 50.
I didn't know.
I'm going to give y'all 50-50.
Exactly, because Metadal said men lie really, really well. I mean, you
women lie. You know what?
Men,
a woman.
Y'all lie to themselves.
Women lie. Exactly, brother. Speak.
They lie to themselves. They'll be seeing that this dude is sus, but they don't.
You know what?
Maybe because we don't want to
look
doubt.
in the mirror just like me. They'll say stuff like that.
Ignore it or this and that. I remember I was seeing there was this one dude on here. I mean, you literally saw him on social media acting as feminine as possible. He might as well be gay. He said that, and I quote, I changed my life around. There was a woman who married him and had a baby with him. So please don't tell me that
all the guys on social media that dress up and pretend to be their mom, are we saying that they're all like suspects?
I question them too.
Yes.
I question them too.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all I want to know.
I question them. I
gay?
don't care what he's doing it for. Yes, he's a suspect.
I question
that. But I will also give you Ultimate Gemini. You really don't really know about it as much until you have a gay friend, because I have a gay friend, a gay coworker, and he was telling me stuff that I couldn't even believe, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
So that's what I'm saying. A lot of I genuinely do believe a lot of women are innocent to like that notion of this man is doing this with other men, because we don't really, women don't sit up and watch porn and say, oh, this is what they like. Especially when you're not. No, I'm serious. If you, I'm just saying this as somebody that isn't. If you see a woman that's highly sexually active, she's more than likely been sexually abused as a child. Just being 100% honest. And it's like, when you're not that way and you're totally innocent and you don't understand this is how the way. I didn't have sex until after high school, so I didn't understand what people were doing out here. So when you have to have somebody shine that light and tell you that, oh, this guy. Like, and then the bisexual guys, the men, they don't like the way the condoms and the HIV rates. And it's just like, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know because I wasn't introduced to it until like my gay friend started to like really put me on. And now that I know better, of course I know what to look for. But like, 20-year-old me didn't know. Like, I didn't know this type of stuff. So I'm just being honest. Like, you kind of doubt women a lot, thinking that we know things, but we don't.
That's fine, but
I'm saying that.
I mean, you can't really know unless a guy tell you or they're upfront, because most of the time, most of these guys are gay and they're hyper masculine. Like they be acting super masculine. And
listen, I think a lot of these spaces are gay. Listen, I've done heard see, here's the thing, and see, I work at the club scene, so I can watch women do some crazy sexual stuff to each other. Oh, that's just what us girls do, and I'll be like, what the fuck? And I'll be like, are you sure that's what y'all girls do? Or that's just y'all know that y'all can get down like that? Like, if a man hears that two women are, if a woman telling a man that she's bi, that's no smite to that damn man. That's a win. That's a win. But we looking at it as shit. I hit the gold mine. I might get lucky with two women. Now, a man saying that stuff, he probably gets support from goddamn women, but ain't no real man going to support him like that. They're going to be like, nah, bro, like, we not feeling that. Like, we not feeling you like that. And we know, but I like I said, I've seen social media. I've watched how the representation for how big their followings are and who holistically follows them more. And it'll be a lot of women that will follow certain men of alternate lifestyle, and that's your choice. Now, as far as it goes for sexual deviancy,
nobody will blink an eye to two women kissing. That's just okay. Well, shit, them they freaks. Men, even around black men, it's still a lot to deal with. Okay, it's still a lot to deal with. You know, I get it's 2022, but it's still a lot to deal with. Women will be more accepting of that, of that kind of thing. Men, we just say we'll tolerate it. Like Brother Speak saying, I have a gay coworker. I work with him. He don't bother me. I don't bother him. Y'all girls have no problem saying, let's go out to the club. I don't see me or Brother Speak asking any gay coworker or associate, hey, you want to go out to the club? We don't do that. But that's too much of
But doesn't that mean, because like if you're willing as men, and you know how men are sexually, if you're willing to hang out with him, something else might go down, just the way like the sexuality is like between men.
no,
Like
we
if,
just said
for
we
example,
just
let's
said that
say,
we're tolerating him. If we're already
well, no,
tolerating
no.
him at work,
Think about it
why
like
would we
this:
want to
like if your
tolerate him
gay
outside of that?
coworker was hanging out with another male coworker that you guys thought wasn't gay, but they're like, driving home together and picking each other
Mm-hmm.
up and going. Would you guys think that they're doing something together versus just being friends?
We
Be
try not to.
honest.
Depend on the
My
coworker.
brain tries not to even think. I just turn it off. Like,
But you
Depend
but
on
you
the
turn it off
coworker.
because you probably know and you're just avoiding it, right? Like you just say, I'm turning it off because I probably already know, but I don't want to know. Right?
I'm gonna be like
So,
this.
so you mean to tell me if two men were hanging together, one you know for a fact is gay, the other one you think is straight, you would not think that the straight friend is, banging this gay guy. You would not think that,
Well,
and
he
they're
can't
hanging
be
together.
straight faith if he's banging a gay guy. He's not straight.
But you,
He
I'm
can be.
saying you thought he was straight.
Like
No,
he
I'm not
doesn't
gonna.
say that
It,
he's gay.
it, it, it depends on that coworker.
It
If I
depends on that
already knew
coworker.
he had
Again,
something that he kind of, and he's hanging with a gay coworker, I'd be like, yeah, they probably banging.
yeah,
But
exactly.
if
So
if if it's a guy, I know that he ain't even talking to dudes like that, and,
But how do you
and he's
know?
hanging with them.
yes.
I'm not gonna think much of it
Yeah.
because
See
because I
again,
know because
y'all women look at it
especially
differently
hey
than
I
how
had a
dudes
I
do
had
that.
a my gay coworker thought one of the guys that the other guy that I hang with at times, he thought, yeah, I think he might be, and I was looking at him like, now you're just projecting. Now you hoping
The
that he
reason
is.
why
You know,
The reason why I think it's because I think a lot of the down low men, they have like women as shields.
Talking about
Like
bears.
when
You
you
talking
say
about
like,
like
oh
bears
well,
and
I'm
shit.
with this woman and stuff like that, but they're constantly hanging out with, gay men or, known get so it's just like the women, the wife probably doesn't know, but then everybody at work knows that this guy is hanging out with dude and he's hanging out with this guy and she never met him. She thinks he's just hanging out with the friend and lo and behold, it's a whole gay man. So it's like, yeah, I think
What is this insecure? What's going on? Jesse Smoley. Listen,
Empire.
I'm not doing none of that
Empire
shit.
thing going on.
I'm not
well, I'm
exactly.
talking about
I'm
like the
not.
STP rates, like in the community. Like I
And
looked up the
I
stats.
will give you that. I will give you that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to listen. There are a lot of down low men. Again, I used to live in Atlanta, Old National. So I will see, you know what I'm saying, a lot of dudes at the strip club or at the club, and they'd be like, man, I didn't know that was I'm like, stop it, dude. You had to see them big giant feet clawing out over them damn open toe heels. You had to see them nails. That dude's nails were bigger than a woman's. All the women are 5'3". What's the average size of a woman? 5'4", 5'5", 5'6". That's pretty
Yeah,
tall.
about 5'3".
That's pretty good. This Joanna man is 6'2". Come on, my nigga. Like, you had to pick up on that one. You had to pick up on that one. Most of the sus people be acting, for the most part, they don't act like women with class. They act like the ratchets. I don't know. They always mimic the ratchet women more so than a classier woman or a woman with some kind of etiquette or something like that. They always overdo it like some RuPaul type of shit. So for me, seeing that, I'm just like, okay, like, I got nothing against you. That's your life, your choice. If I got to deal with you, I deal with you case by case, respectfully, until it starts trampling. You understand what I'm saying, Gemini? Until it starts coming in on my. Now, I've seen girls like working at the club. They'll come up there with a guy, and you'll. So this is how women do. Women will travel in the pack with a guy. You'll think he's a player. No, he's gay. But they'll use him as a shield. So when other dudes that they're not interested in come around, the gay dude will act like the masculine one in the group and say, that's my girl, or this is my friend. So the
Yeah, to
guy
kind
will
of
say,
protect sometimes. I had my gay friend, he protected me
so
sometimes
there you
too.
go. So he will be the buffer masculine shield to ward off other dudes who actually, because the girl don't feel like being bothered. So that's what some of these dudes do versus them finding a simp or some man who will just be the used. So I get it. Y'all gonna probably do that. Women will most likely go to hypergamy or gold digger status, which is fine. I got no problem with the gold digger lifestyle. It's gonna probably pick up even more. Where women gonna be like, listen, depending on how much you make, you probably can get me pregnant. So, fellas, y'all be prepared. These women are like, if I got to go down, I'm taking your black ass with me. If I got to go lay on that table, your ass is going to lay before that judge. So, it's just going to be a thing. So, I would tell any man, listen, they still sell condoms, nigga. They still sell condoms. If you got to, you might want to just, if you can get some slop or some head, get that. But I can promise you right now, y'all playing with these women wounds, doing that pump and dump, that's going to get a lot of y'all before that court. And I know Florida and Georgia don't play with child support. They don't play. And so they're going to be a lot more men. They're going to be a lot more men incarcerated. A lot more women going to be visiting their daddy through that plexiglass, or the niggas are just going to be running the street. But yeah, you're going to see it. You're going to see a big flux of bastard children. That's no diss to anybody, but there are going to be more bastard children out there in the world, Faith. They're going to be out there looking for their daddies. Or you're
So
going to see
like
women huh?
So like even with all the like the level up things and like trying to get the people out of, the space of like abandoning kids, you think that there's the majority of people in the community is still that way versus being more responsible?
I'm gonna say this. Okay, so in that way, I'm gonna show you this, Gemini. I'm gonna be for real.
And go ahead and answer that, and then I'm gonna push it over to
Okay,
Kenny. They just entered
gotcha.
the panel.
So the women the women that grew up that are talking about level up, they learn that from watching that of their mother's life. They were traumatized, but hey, my mom got pregnant, had a kid, daddy wasn't alive. I'm not getting pregnant. The hell with that. I'm gonna level up. I'm going to go find me a nigga that's going to deal with me, or I'm not going to get married at all and just go play the game. So they're on their Lori Harvey shit. Now they're going to really be on that demon time. You know what I'm saying? Because women ain't even having kids now. They're not really even having kids now. Just the bottom of the barrel, or the women that like they feel like they're ready. And then here's the problem: even if you get a man with money, there's no guarantee he's going to still stick around and fuck with you. Y'all think Pookie is the only one that makes bastard babies. Niggas with money be doing that shit. Look at these NFL players. A lot of them got baby mamas. So even if you get a nigga with money, that don't mean he gonna still be in your life or he gonna actually be a good man. So you gotta find somebody who's actually like, yo, like, what are we doing? Are we talking about something official? And if we ain't, then I mean, y'all can say, well, you don't got to get married and all that shit. Okay, play the game, but don't think that they're going to stay loyal. I'm just being honest. So what's up, Kenneth?
Yeah, and also just to iterate, in certain states they only take 20% of that man's income. So like Texas, if you're thinking you're gonna get a big chunk of money from a dude, Texas only take 20% of your income. And then if you haven't if he got multiple kids, it's still 20% of his income, and they just divide it between those children. So
Shout
yeah,
out to them rich white men. They did that. Them rich white men did that. So they made sure they were looking out for them. Yep.
right.
Them rich white men
Go
did
ahead.
that.
I'm sorry.
But let me go ahead and shoot it over to Mr. Kenny. Right? What's up, Kenny? Welcome to the panel.
Hey, Faith, how you doing? What's up, BMT? What's up, everybody? How you guys doing?
Hey, we're doing great. So
Okay.
you were down there. I saw you in the chat room talking,
Uh,
chatting it
yeah.
up. What do you have to say on the subject?
So are you guys talking about with regards to that situation with that woman and her baby daddy with the McDonald's and all that stuff like that?
Yeah, we moved past it, but we can talk about it. What
I
did
know.
you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment. It might be kind of like how you guys kind of just evolved into what you guys are talking about right now. But um, I think if you listen to what that woman was saying and what she said, it sounded like the guy was still messing with her. One, but more importantly, she said, "Well, you had no problem, buying my kids food before we had the kid, right?" Now let me understand. It's not that man's responsibility to take care of another man's children, right? But you start playing these little games where I guess in order to get the draws, where you say, "Oh yeah, I think it's like set the precedent." You start doing something, and then when ladies, these men, they start doing something, they get what they want, then they flip on you. And this is just another example. Again, I'm not saying that that man was obligated to take care of anybody else's children. He's not. I don't understand why he can't you just say, "Hey," I know you said, "Well, hey, the girl, his son can go out to the car and he can eat the food there." Why don't you pick your son up and go take him to McDonald's? Spend some time. I don't know how much time he spends with him or whatever, but it just goes to the bigger picture. The woman said, you still messing with the girl, the woman, right? According to her, he didn't deny it. According to her, when they first got together before they had a baby, he had no problem with buying all the kids food. Now all of a sudden you got a problem. What you're still messing with her. So what gives? I just don't understand it. So I just had to make that comment. Ladies, you got to look at the big picture. You got to read between the lines. That's why I'm always really, really wary. Let messing with dudes that's not prepared to commit to you. I got another call, y'all. I'm listening in though. I got some other stuff I want to
Okay.
say, but
All right. Well, that's actually a good segue into us doing the final thoughts because we're going into 3.5 hours into this. But I'm glad that he did kind of push it back around to the original subject. And I did want to get everyone's final thoughts about the situation and your feelings on it, and what would be your actual advice to both men and women in that situation. So I want to start first going at the top with Bro Speak and then ending with BMT. So, Bro Speak, what are your final thoughts and what would be your advice to both men and women in this situation?
Yeah, one, that man is not obligated to take care of the other kids. Now, if he chooses to do so, that is that is courtesy and a blessing if he does do that. Don't take advantage of that. Now, saying that he's messing with her, they are not in a relationship, he's not in that household. So again, he's not obligated to take care of those kids. Now, if she chooses to let this dude come around and he's not doing what he used to do, she should have cut that off a long time ago. She chose not to. So again, he's not obligated to take care of those kids unless he is in the household and y'all in an actual relationship. He's coming over to bang. That's not a relationship that should involve children. That's between you and that man. So my advice would be to her: stop hooking up with him. If he's not doing what he did to get with you, then you need to cut him off. There's no reason to do that. There's no reason to try to continue something that y'all not even on that level anymore. Either keep it where y'all just banging and he does for his children that he had with him, or you cut off the sex part and just keep it about the children. That means you might have to have a family member come around so y'all can mediate so you don't have these issues. As far as the guys are concerned, if And I've heard this a lot. Well, why she got to spend all my money on the other kids? You're not in the head of that household. If you're not the head of that household, you cannot control what happens in there. Period. So if she's taking your money and spending it on the other kids, what she's supposed to do, she's supposed to take care of all those kids. If you want to ensure that whatever you do for your kid goes to them, you need either don't be getting women who have multiple kids pregnant, or you need to be the head of that household. And that's the only way you're going to ensure that what your kid is getting is supposed to go to their kid. Other than that, there's no way you can prevent that. And to these women, that man's only obligated to that his own child. If he does for your other kids, great. Don't take advantage of that. And don't say that he's supposed to. No, he's not supposed to. I don't care how he started. At the end of the day, is whatever the relationship is his responsibility in relation to the relationship. Keep it that way, and that's all I can say about it. But thank you
All
for having me
right.
on the panel, Faith.
Outstanding. And thank you so much for coming up. Please make sure you're not a stranger. Come here again. I've seen you in the chat room over and over again, so I'm always excited when you come onto the panels.
No problem, Faith. No problem.
All right. So, Miss Ultimate Gemini, this is your first time up here with me. And
Yes,
you did awesome, by the way. You did awesome.
well, thank you. Thank you so much. So, just what I have to say, I agree with everything that the previous guy was saying. So I know it's not anyone's responsibility to take care of other children, but I also think that people should be more mindful of, children's feelings and like their emotions, because a lot of children, idolizes that step parent. I think that it shouldn't be like a whole taboo to be a step parent. And, I guess some men don't want to raise other people's kids, but I think how I see it more as a relationship between the parent and the and I don't think that, especially if there's a good relationship there should be a reason to cut off that relationship. I think a decent person would provide groceries, honestly, just from how I feel about it. Like if one of my friends called me and she was like, hey, my kids are hungry, I would probably go to the store and get like some groceries for her to help her out. But I think we should, like, I know it's hard being a single mom, so I think people should give them a little bit more breaks when it comes to like them whining, complaining about certain things, even though, it's a little unfair. But yeah, and I also think that we should do more food banks. People should like donate more. So like when kids are hungry and fathers aren't active, they got someplace to go if they don't get food stamps. Because a lot of people, when they start making money and not relying on the government, they don't get food stamps, and it is hard, being a single person out here with food going up. I imagine how it is being a single parent and food going up. So yeah,
Facts
that's
on
that's,
that.
that's about it.
All right. Well,
But
thank you
thank
so much,
you.
Ultimate, for coming up here and giving us your pithy words of wisdom and facts on facts about the working parent not getting food stamps and it being harder because inflation is really making the grocery prices skyrocket. Okay. A
Yeah, I'm
gallon
a
of milk.
single person, and the
Faith's a
way groceries are
conservative.
going up now, it's a lot. I kind of want to find somebody who like actually goes fishing and buys stuff from them versus going to the grocery store, because I can't really get all the things I used to get. So I can't imagine,
You gotta go to the
what it's
farmer's
like.
market. You gotta go to the farmer's market to go get that.
Well, I like to deal with country people,
No, yeah,
So
yeah. Just go to there's a farmer's market. That's where you would go, or it's like flea markets.
Oh, okay. So that's where the fishermen and all the people would
Yeah, you can
sell.
go. You can go talk to them personally, but you're gonna have to pay. But you also want to pay them to like, you know, scale the fish and everything, and take out the eyes and all this stuff, depending on and gut it if you want them to. Make sure you
if you
pay them.
know a lot of country people who go fishing and stuff, they kind of do that for you. I mean, like that type of relationship,
You
And
would have to pay them to do all that.
not,
That's a.
not a lot
If
of
you don't know
times
how to
they're
do that,
usually
just take.
nice.
You can go get a knife and scale it yourself. You might cut yourself one or two times, but you'll learn.
I mean, you'll learn. I would want to
Never
learn how to
scaled
scale
a
a
fish in
fish,
my
but
life. Are you
I know my mom
serious?
knows.
Faith know how to scale a fish.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do, Faith. Stop lying.
But
Okay.
I think we should have more of those relationships,
You're gonna
because I
have
think
blood in your fish. waiting on me to scale.
Yeah. Well, those type of women are gone. So, well, we want to put that one on the top of the block. Another skill gone.
I think because they're
Scaling
at
a
work.
fish.
Yeah, they're at work. Yeah,
Mm-mm.
they're at work.
You can go. You can go get a scaled fish at McDonald's, a fish sandwich.
I don't
Get that.
trust McDonald's food.
Fish fillet at McDonald's, really?
That's on my check. That's the going price for a box.
What?
So,
Okay.
Hey, McDonald's food can survive a nuclear holocaust. I don't think that's some good food for anybody. Just saying.
Thank you for having me on the panel. I hope you guys enjoy the
yeah,
rest of your night.
yeah.
Good night, Ultimate.
I think
All right.
she got a channel too. I think both of them. Brother Speak has a
Oh, wait a
channel. We
minute.
know that.
Both,
Yeah, they both have
guys, shout
channels.
out the channels, by the way. Bro Speak, shout out your channel.
Yeah. This is the Bro Speak podcast. I do commentary on different things, mainly to help Black men. So check me out.
Very balanced. He's a very balanced.
I try to be.
Ultimate Gemini, do you have a channel?
I don't have any content on my channel, but that will be coming soon. So,
Oh God.
but yeah, but I do just enjoy talking to people and just getting people's different perspectives. That's mainly what I'm about. And just, seeing if there's a better way to do things and kind of taking a lot of the feelings out of it and the bitterness out of it and just being like productive. That's really what my mindset is at.
Now that's what I'm talking about. That's ultimate empowerment.
Well, thank you so much. Have a good night, guys.
Good night, Ultimate. All right, BMT.
Man,
Hi, I'm BMT. I'm a new content creator. In this
No, you're
space.
not.
Yes, I am. I'm a new content creator in this space. Okay, we got a final word.
Yes, and stop lying.
Oh yeah, I don't need that put on me. I need yeah. So pretty much, virtual accountability. A lot of these things are going to start coming. What's done in the dark is going to come to the light, and so I would tell a lot of people, if you can make it work, make it work. You don't have to agree or like the person, okay? And I'll put my own stuff out there. Me and mine don't always get along, but we do have one blood promise. Our kids come first. I don't care if she were to leave out that door. If I leave out that door, hey, them kids need school clothes. They need to eat. They need glasses. The girls need their hair done every other Sunday. So kids cost. Fellas, if you're dealing with a woman that has children, or ladies, if you're dealing with a man who already has kids, I want you to understand the full scope of what you're getting into. Understand that full scope of what you're getting into. I can't disagree with Gemini was saying. Well, he was messing with a woman with kids. Yeah, he did. So he should have known there was a high probability of a risk. But also in the same sense for the woman, you got pregnant multiple times. Birth control. Before Roe v. Wade, you could have gone and get Medicaid B and got that handled. There's different types of contraceptives. I think there's 47 of them. I had to check what that was fake. You ladies, I'm telling you, I don't have no problem. Protect your womb. Protect your womb. Don't have to take it from me. Listen to Faith. She's an older, mature woman. Protect your womb. A man can say, I love you one day, wait till 9 months to the day you about to have that baby and disappear that same hour. And this happened. So protect your womb. If you ain't got, this is why families are it's good to have a family mix. When it comes to that of men, it's an honorable thing if you want to help a woman and her other children, but that you don't have to. Just the same way as ladies, just because that man said, I have churn, and he starts trying to groom you into that stepmama role, you can shut that down and say, no, they got a mama. I love you, but we not there yet. Put a ring on it, and then you get what I'm saying, Faith? You understand? So that could shut down a lot of stuff. Be careful when they start moving you in. They might be actually putting you to work.
cooking and cleaning, but your goofy behind don't got no ring. Same thing for you fellas. You paying all the rent and the bills and stuff, but you ain't on the lease. You just part-time daddy, part-time penis. When they ready, they'll get rid of you when it's time comes. So you got to start protecting yourself. Protect your peace. Roe v. Wade, fellas, vasectomies are reversible, but if you ain't about that life, listen, I got 1 or 2 more years left in me. And after that, I'm gonna get the snip. Any other little baby BMTs running the streets or running the world, they'll find me. I'm in South Carolina. You know where to find me. But other than that, hey, after 2 years, I'm done. I'm done. I ain't got no problem going right down to the VA and get snipped. So I will definitely be out off the field. But I understand anything I do, sneak around, anything like that. If I want to put my penis in a woman, guess what? I need to understand. Especially I live in a conservative state. Hey, that baby can come back at any time for 18 years. I think children can come back after you for 18 years for child support. They can come get you, and they can win that case. Say, oh wait, you didn't take care of me. So don't think they can't get you. So a lot of these dudes doing this pump dump, these kids are finding their daddies. They're finding them. We got the technology. Ladies, if you don't know that man, don't throw your drawers down for that man. And I'm telling you what I would tell my sister, my daughters, any woman I give a damn about. So that will protect you and keep you in a class. A man, you could literally mean well and just kiss a man and they'll say you're a whore. Protect yourself, man. I know some of y'all say body, y'all got that body energy, whatever that damn Erykah Badu shit is. Throw that out the window. The laws are not in y'all favor no more. So it is going to get dangerous. I was very out of place, and I apologize on Faith's panel. Faith, I want you to hear me saying that. It can get dangerous for a woman. It can get dangerous for a woman telling a man, I'm pregnant. Because in truth, some women are scared. The man might leave me. The man, if it's already an abusive situation, she's scared that he could harm her or the child or kill her or kill the baby. So it can be dangerous. I do apologize about that. BMT apologizes, and I will apologize for Brother Speak. We were improper in speaking about that because that is a fear that maybe women have. That is fair. Women have been killed telling their mate that they are pregnant. They have been killed. And so it is a scary thing for women. So, and also it doesn't have to be just the mate. It can also be the family. The family can also do harm, make the girl swallow bleach, do all kinds of stuff. So it is dangerous for a woman. She is vulnerable in 9 months. Be careful. Slow down with sleeping around and be very mindful. You cannot force a man to want to be a father. He has to want to be a father. That's the last thing I got to say. Faith, I do enjoy your show. You are a blessing. You're a blessing. Keep on teaching what you can, sis. All right?
Thank you.
And I do apologize for speaking like that, ladies. I do apologize. I sometimes, maybe I don't think things, I'm a man. I'm fallible to mistakes, just like a woman's fallible to mistakes.
Everybody makes mistakes, but you know what? I'm just glad that you were able to actually admit that it's dangerous for women, because a lot of guys don't. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just wanted to be known on it, so I don't want nobody to, no. It was said on this panel, I apologize. And I acknowledge that women, it can be dangerous. Them talking about they're pregnant, the family or that man, where any harm could happen to them when they talk about it. I think I forgot, but I know there was a prostitute. She told her pimp that she was pregnant. He beat her to death.
Oh, wow.
So you gotta understand, it is a scary thing. And she was only, I think she was 19.
Ooh.
Yeah, she was 19. So if you feel unsafe with you and your baby,
go get help. Go get help. Just go get help. There are places out there for you to get help. So,
Absolutely.
then you're gonna see a lot more women who are now with abortion. And I think that's another thing about it. I got to say, we found out we were talking to a doctor. Some women get an abortion because they're scared of what people are going to do to them or how they're going to come at them, even their own husband. So they go get it secretly. So I would definitely say that. I know because a girl did that with me, but I wasn't going to leave her. I wanted my family, but she was afraid that I was going to leave her. So, yeah, like I said, y'all just stay safe out there. Peace.
All right. Thanks, BMT. All right, guys. So I'm going to end it the way that I started it. We had a great panel, Ultimate Gemini. We had Tanae, I believe is how you pronounce her name, Tanae. Bro Speaks. He came up. Kenneth came up. Thank you so much for all the people that graced the panel today. I certainly do appreciate you giving your pithy words of wisdom. And as always, I'm going to end it the way that I started it, and that's just with myself up here. My final thoughts on the whole thing is this. Ladies, if you are a single mother, you know, we have got to, as trying to be a better class of women, we have really got to start exercising acceptance of things. We as women also have to accept rejection. And that's what all of this grandstanding, all of this arguing back and forth, all of this using the children as pawns. We're doing this because we can't accept the rejection that man is no longer with us. He chose not to be with us. And that's the thing. Acceptance means that you accept that your relationship with that guy is over. Okay, it's done. Break it up. It's a done deal. Accept that the things that he did for you when you were together in the beginning, that was his representative. That's what he showed you in order to get in. That's what he showed you in order to get what he wanted. He got what he wanted, and it wasn't enough to make him want to stay and stick around. Accept. Like I said, the word acceptance is something that we as Black women have to become familiar with because it helps you. And I don't mean to, be crude of it and have you walking around here like you got to have low self-esteem. Acceptance does not mean that you have low self-esteem. Acceptance means that you're smart enough to know when to fold them. Some of you do not know when to hold them, and you don't know when to fold them. You're stuck in the hold them stage. You're holding on to all your cards, and you know you got a losing hand. If you know you got a losing hand, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to get dealt a better hand. But if you keep holding them, because a lot of you Black women are in the hold them phase, you won't let go, knowing you got that losing hand. Won't let go of that losing hand. Now he done stopped doing for you. He done stopped doing for the kids. And you got a baby. Bye. That's a losing hand, sis. Let it go. Let it go. And accept that he showed you exactly who he is at this point with you. Accept it. A lot of you refuse to get acquainted with that word acceptance. Acceptance is a good thing for you. It's a good thing for us as Black women. In the 3 videos that I played earlier, I saw women who just refused to accept the fact that this was it. That man is gone, and the only thing that you have in common is the child. In all the videos that I played today, the women were holding the men up, forcing them to interact with them because that's the only way that they would get that man to pay them any attention, because the man is done with you. And they don't want to accept that he's finished. You got to know when this man is done. And if he's done, you need to get it in your mind, click it over into your mind. Hey, you know, it's okay to have feelings because you're human. We're all human. Allow yourself to have feelings. Like he hurt your feelings when he walked away. You thought he was the one. You cry about it to yourself, not in front of him, not in front of your children. But it's okay for you to cry about it. It's okay for you to have feelings. But it's not okay for you to hold on to that man. It's not okay. It's not okay for you to hold on to a losing hand. Now you're using your kid as a pawn. Do you know in the game of love, if you were playing spades, if he's holding all the trump cards and you got nothing but kings and queens in your hand, guess who's going to get cut every time? If you know that he got all the cutters, even if you had kings, queens, and everything else, you're going to get cut every time. Throw down your best hand. You think your WAP is your best hand? Ooh, I got the ace. I got the ace. I got the ace of hearts in my hand. Let me throw down this ace. And he cut your ace with a 2 of spades. Now, when anybody that's ever played spades, it's a hurting feeling when somebody cuts your ace with a low spade, because that's how low they think of you and what you thought of your ace. Your vagina, you thought that was your ace in the hole, didn't you? You thought your vagina was your ace in the hole. And you thought what came out of that vagina was your ace in the hole. Now, you use your vagina, now you're going to use the kid. Your kid is the king. You throw your king down there on the table. He going to cut your king with another low spade, because he's holding all the spades in his hand. You're holding a losing hand, sis. Know when to fold them. Know when to walk away. Let's start a new hand. Accept that you don't have anything to throw down that this man will not cut, because he's through with you. He's ready to end the game. And all you're doing is prolonging the game. Once I've counted the cards in my head and I realize that all the cards are gone except for the spades, and the only other person that can have the spades is him, I'm going to throw my cards in, y'all. It's a losing game at that point. But if I want to prolong the game, I'll be an asshole and throw down every card slowly and talk shit while I'm doing it. You ain't doing nothing but prolonging. He's going to cut you every time. Cut, cut, cut. And some of you are used to getting cut. You think, oh, he's going to see this pretty little ace and he's not going to cut me. He going to cut you, sis. He going to cut you. So my advice, get used to the word acceptance. Accept when it's time to let go. And fellas, if you walk into a situation where a woman already has kids, you are a damn fool if you also leave one behind too. Because that is exactly what you're going to end up dealing with. And if none of the other baby fathers want to be in the picture with this woman, that is a telling sign. That's telling. So you walk into that situation, you plant your sperm there anyway, you get what they say, play stupid game, get stupid prize. The stupid prize is a stupid woman that you got to deal with for the next 18 years. And she's going to make your life a living hell. See, you people out here who are pumping and dumping irresponsibly, you get exactly what you get. The Black Audacity says, great video, Faith. I appreciate that. And she also says, Close the legs when he showed you it's over. Too many women think if he's sleeping with them that they still have a chance with him. Not true, ladies. Exactly. Once the man has showed you this is about as much of him as you're going to get, you're going to get a man that's only going to buy McDonald's for his kid. You're going to get a man that's only going to come around when he thinks it's beneficial for him to get some yum yum. And he may or may not do extra for you. That's what you think. That's what you're going to get. And you think that he's going to change and revert back to the guy that used to care about you. And that doesn't work. Men, here's the thing, when a woman's fed up, there's nothing a man can do about it. And it's the same way with men. When a man is fed up, and you can tell, because he's going to withdraw his affections by way of how he takes care of you. Once he starts doing less, you know it's time to get the hell up out of there. But if the man is continuing to take care of you, plus he's doing more, you know it's going somewhere, especially if he's making plans for the future. But some of you women, you are so stuck on that representative and what he showed you in the beginning that when he starts changing, you refuse to accept and believe what you're seeing with your own two eyes and what you're experiencing. Stop it. Being a better class of woman means that you have the discernment within yourself to see what a person is doing to you. And you have the strength to say, I'm better than that. I deserve better than that. And you let him go, you walk away. And it doesn't mean that you don't experience hurt feelings and you don't cry it out and all these other things. You do. You experience the hurt feelings, you cry it out, you pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and you hold your head up high and you don't look back. It's over. So with that, I'm going to end on that note. I love each and every one of you that came in. Thank you to all the people that supported via the Cash App and also via the Super Chat. And also, once the video is over, you can also continue to support by sending money via the heart icon that's activated on all of my videos. And with that, I have to say, mwah, I love you guys. Peace. I'm out of here.